Chapter 21. A few days after this, the prisoners were honored by another visit from the Alcaide. "Thank God," cried Edric involuntarily, as soon as he saw him, for, as he felt confident that the anger he had expressed against them had been assumed, he hoped he was now come to save them. "Alas," returned the worthy magistrate, "I fear you have little reason to be thankful. All my endeavors to save you have only succeeded in obtaining a few hours' respite, and tomorrow morning you are condemned to be burnt alive." "Oh," shrieked the doctor, whilst even Edric's courage could not prevent his turning deathly pale. "It is dreadful," said he, "to die thus so young in a foreign country, and by such fearful means." "Oh, don't talk of it," sobbed the doctor. "My poor dear Edric. Save him, sir. In mercy, save him. Though I may be doomed to pay the penalty of my folly, it is very hard he should suffer." "It is, indeed," returned the Alcaide, "and my wish to save him, joined to the hatred I bear the present general, has made me a traitor to my country. I see you look astonished, but to explain what I mean, it will be necessary to give you a short sketch of the present state of this country, which I will endeavor to do in as few words as possible. You know, no doubt, that Spain was once a powerful empire, till the ill-judged policy of one of her monarchs, in removing the seat of government to Africa, occasioned her fall. For the tree of majesty becoming too widely extended, it was but natural that some of its branches should strike root for themselves, and detach themselves entirely from the parent stem. This was the case with Spain, and her first directors. As a republic happening to be intelligent men, the infant state grew and flourished, exciting the admiration of its neighbors, and the envy of its mother country. Unfortunately, however, the wheel of fortune is always turning, and Spaniards, as I before said, not knowing where to stop, have gone on, getting worse and worse by degrees, till they have become the bigoted and intolerant wretches you have found them. In fact, the army now rules the state, and the people, finding the tyranny of the soldiers insupportable, have been for some time attempting to throw off the yoke. They were long unsuccessful, as they found the discipline of the soldiers far outweighed all their bravery and self-devotion. In their distress, however, they called in the aid of Roderick II, the young and warlike King of Ireland. This powerful monarch, who realizes in himself all the romantic qualities of the ancient knights of chivalry, hastened instantly to their assistance, and they are now combating under his auspices with every prospect of success. His progress has been magical, success has followed wherever he has gone, and his army now lies at a little distance, though he landed in the north of Spain. It is to him, therefore, that I have sent secretly, giving him, in the hope of saving you, instructions, by which, if he follows them, he cannot fail of surprising the camp." The doctor and Edric, though they were fully aware that they were principally indebted to the hatred the Alcaide bore the present general for the steps he had taken in their behalf, yet felt and expressed themselves properly grateful, and the Alcaide quitted the prison, leaving the flatterer Hope behind to console them for his absence, mingled, however, with the natural anxiety, which they could not help feeling, lest the well-arranged plan laid for their escape should fail. Morning had just dawned, after a tedious and miserable night, and the doctor and Edric were yet shivering from the damp cold which often precedes the break of day, and which now seemed to have struck a chill to their inmost souls, when the door of the prison opened, and a file of soldiers appeared, ready to conduct them to the place of execution. The doctor's heart beat thick, so as almost to impede respiration, and a heavy film spread before his eyes, whilst the agitation of Edric, who had, however, now quite forgiven him, was scarcely inferior to his own. Fervently they embraced, and then submitting to be pinioned, they were forced to march to the spot appointed for their sacrifice, where an immense crowd awaited their approach. The doctor's heart sunk within him as he looked down from the kind of terrace upon which the ceremony was to take place, upon the mass of human heads jammed together below, every face regarding him with a gaze of anxious expectation, and as he turned from these eager looks with a thrill of horror, his feelings were yet more forcibly harrowed up by the sight behind him. This was composed of 2 iron stakes fixed firmly in the ground, and provided with ponderous chains so as to prevent the remotest possibility of escape, whilst the enormous heaps of green wood piled round each gave a frightful idea of the intensity of the lingering torments the unfortunate prisoners were condemned to suffer. The mind of Edric, in the meantime, was not much more composed than that of his friend. He also had looked round, and whilst nature shuddered at the thought of the horrid death awaiting them, the immensity and compactness of the crowd seemed to destroy all probability of a rescue, and the hope which had till then supported him fled from his breast, whilst, as his eyes again met those of the poor doctor, mournful, indeed, was the glance that they exchanged. It is an awful thing to die. And though there are occasions when death may be braved, or at least met with unabated courage, yet when it comes on thus slowly and deliberately, seen from afar off, and yet impossible to be avoided, the firmest mind will find it difficult to bear its approach unmoved. That of Edric, however, notwithstanding it had been weakened by his long confinement, and by the delusive flattery of hope, did not shrink from the trial, and calmly he even saw the crowd divide, to make way for the executioner, who slowly advanced, preceded by a band of martial music, playing a mournful air, the drums being covered with black crape, and followed by a long train of soldiers, in mourning cloaks, with their arms reversed. Nothing could be more appalling than this lugubrious procession, the executioner, musicians, and soldiers, being all shrouded in their gloomy cloaks, the very hoods of which were drawn over their heads, had the air of demons coming to bear away the miserable victims to everlasting perdition, and the mind of the unhappy doctor not being able to endure such accumulated horrors, he sunk upon his knees, uttering shrieks of anguish, whilst the cold sweat ran in large drops from his forehead, and every nerve quivered with agony. The procession had now nearly reached the prisoners, and even Edric's firmness gave way, as he saw the executioner spring upon the terrace, and advance towards him. A convulsive throb of anguish seemed to rend his heart, and his lips and cheeks turned of a livid paleness. But how was he surprised, and what a sudden revulsion of feeling did he not experience, when the supposed executioner, after having unbound his arms, put a sword into his hands, and whispering, "Now is the time, defend yourself, our soldiers are in green," left him completely free. Completely overcome, Edric stood for a moment lost in amazement, unable to credit the evidence of his senses, and gazing after his deliverer, who, the moment he had also unbound the doctor, threw off his disguise, and shouting "Roderick forever," disclosed to the multitude below the dreaded form of the Irish hero himself. Shouts of "Roderick forever" now rent the skies. The soldiers who had followed their monarch, and several others who had lurked concealed amongst the crowd, threw off their disguises at the same moment, and formed round the leader, whilst the main body of his troops, left behind in the care of experienced generals, tutored for the purpose, charged the affrighted Spaniards in the rear. The confusion and dismay that now prevailed were quite beyond description. The terrified Spaniards, who, naturally superstitious, had long fancied the wonderful acts of heroic valor attributed to Roderick could only be performed by magic, were now firmly convinced that his sudden appearance amongst them was an act of especial favor from his infernal majesty himself. And finding themselves attacked on all sides, imagined their enemies multiplied by the powers of darkness, and fled without striking a blow. Roderick and his soldiers returned laughing, after they had pursued them a little way, to ransack and burn their camp, which when they had done, they retired to their former station, having previously promised the Alcaide to spare the town, and not to push the consequences of their victory farther. The doctor and Edric, who had been too much agitated to take any very active part in the combat, had been conveyed by the guards of Roderick to their master's camp, to await there the return of the monarch, in whose hands destiny had now placed them. Neither of our travellers had noticed the person of the Irish king in the bustling moment of their deliverance, but the almost magical celerity with which he had contrived to disperse their enemies, the evident terror with which his very name seemed to inspire the Spaniards, and the wondrous feats the guards around them seemed to delight in attributing to him, made them now almost tremble at the thought of being presented to so tremendous a personage, whom they amused themselves in picturing as a stern, fearful tyrant, breathing nothing but war and desolation. Roderick II, surnamed the Great, was then in the flower of his age. He had not long ascended his throne, and his father, who had been a prudent prince, having left behind him a well-established government, able statesmen, and a considerable sum in the treasury. Roderick had little to employ his mind at home. Brave, ardent, and enterprising, burning for conquest, and spurning the quiet of domestic peace, the overtures of the Spaniards had met his most ardent wishes, and he had embraced their cause with an eagerness and impetuosity that had hitherto carried everything before it. The greatest part of Spain lay at his feet. Even Madrid was his. But it was to attack Seville, that queen of cities, that he was now in Andalusia. This city was still in the power of his enemies, and Roderick, having made Cadiz his headquarters, was about removing thither, when the message of the Alcaide had induced to undertake the romantic enterprise he had just so successfully accomplished. Romance was, indeed, a leading feature in Roderick's character. It had been the policy of his father, the late king, to foment secretly the discontents nourished amongst the English, but the spirit of Roderick revolted at conduct he considered so mean and base. The Spanish War, on the contrary, exactly suited his disposition. To aid an oppressed people, to throw off the yoke of their oppressors, seemed noble and generous, and he engaged in the enterprise with all the energy of his bold and daring temper. His soldiers adored him, and his people warmly seconded his efforts, for, as the seat of war was far removed from them, and as the treasury of the late king defrayed the expenses, they felt none of the inconveniences of war, and gloried in the triumphs of their sovereign. Thus, Roderick's praise was the theme of every tongue. Even the Spaniards worshipped him almost as a god, and their active imaginations magnified his exploits, till both friends and foes alike regarded him as a being who had only to will to conquer, and whose prowess it was perfect madness even to struggle to resist. Such was the monarch our travellers now anxiously awaited, till suspense became almost agony. At last the joyful sounds of "He comes! He comes! Long live the mighty Roderick!" burst upon their ears, and the travellers bent forwards, eagerly expecting, yet dreading to see, a countenance stern and fearful as that of Cheops in his tomb. But how were they astonished to behold, in the redoubtable Roderick, only a tall handsome young man, riding carelessly upon a beautiful Barbary charger, and laughing and talking gaily with his officers as he came along. "What," cried the doctor indignantly, "would you attempt to make me believe that slight blooming boy a conqueror? The thing is impossible. It is quite ridiculous to mention it. Those laughing eyes, smooth down-like cheeks, and white teeth, may be well adapted to win a lady's heart, but I am sure they never can belong to a hero." The king, in the meantime, was equally struck with the doctor, and seeing something peculiarly honest and simple in his fat, round, oily face, he felt a lively interest for him, and an excessive curiosity to know what could possibly have brought a man, apparently so harmless and inoffensive, into so perilous a situation. The fine person of Edric, disfigured as it was by the troubles he had undergone, also attracted his attention, and as he rode up to his guests to question them as to their adventures, the noble barb that carried him, pacing proudly along, as though conscious of the illustrious burthen he bore, even the doctor was compelled to admit, the face and figure of his rider bespoke firmness, intellect, and dignity. "What crime had you committed amongst the Spaniards?" asked he, as he approached, addressing himself to the doctor in a full, mellow, yet commanding tone. "It must have been of the blackest dye, if we are to judge by the enormity of the punishment." "I am innocent," cried the doctor, "and it may please your majesty." "I am quite innocent." "It will please me very much to find you so," said Roderick, smiling, "but assertion is nothing. What proof have you?" "My friend here will bear witness in my behalf," said the doctor solemnly, not feeling at all pleased with what he thought the king's unseasonable disposition for merriment, whilst as he stood looking very cross, his red face and bald head streaming with perspiration from anger and vexation, his clothes having been torn to rags, and his hat and wig lost in his late troubles, he struck Roderick as presenting so very whimsical and ridiculous a figure, that after looking at him a few minutes, the merry monarch burst out into a violent and almost convulsive fit of laughter. "Well," said the doctor, still more gravely, "I am glad your majesty seems so well amused, but for my part, I don't see anything at all agreeable or entertaining in being about to be burned alive." The doctor's solemn look and lengthened face, as he made this naive remonstrance, only increased Roderick's peals of laughter. "I beg your pardon, sir," said he, addressing Edric, as soon as he was able to speak. "I really beg your pardon, but your friend here is so exceedingly amusing, that I am really under infinite obligations to him, and know not how I shall ever be able to repay him." "It is we who are under obligations to your Majesty, for which we can never be sufficiently grateful," said Edric gravely, for he also was not very well pleased at seeing his friend so openly ridiculed, as, though he did sometimes take the liberty of smiling at the learned doctor's innocent follies himself, he did not like to see him made the laughing stock of another. Roderick, however, saw and instantly understood the ill humor of Edric, and as he applauded its motive, he endeavored to divert it by every means in his power, and soon completely succeeded. Few people, indeed, knew so well how to make themselves agreeable as Roderick, and though Edric, at first, felt indignant that the king should treat him so much like a child, as to suppose his displeasure could be easily joked away, yet this feeling insensibly wore off, and he soon thought Roderick the most fascinating of human beings. Indeed, that heart must have been hard that could have withstood unmoved the fascinations of Roderick when he wished to please. His bright laughing eyes that looked the very color of gladness, and his arch smile, might have subdued the melancholy of a Stoic, whilst his character had something bewitching in its very failings. He had been all his life the spoiled child of fortune, and though his rashness and impetuosity, his pettishness and his caressing manners, his bravery, haughtiness, and obstinacy, his fondness for anything that promised a frolic, and his chivalrous devotion to noble and grand enterprises, formed a singular melange, he was, perhaps, more beloved than he would have been if his character had been more perfect, and it was this very inconsistency that made him so completely the idol of his soldiers. "Believe me," said he, addressing Edric, "that it is impossible for me to describe the pleasure I feel in having had it in my power to be of service to you, and though I should have been happy to relieve any of my fellow creatures in distress, yet I must own I am glad you are Englishmen. It was the policy of my late father to act as the enemy of England, but I have always been her friend. I am sure that nature intended the English and Irish for brethren, and I am too sincere a votary of the goddess to wish, even in the slightest degree, to counteract her designs." "Your sentiments perfectly coincide with mine," said Edric, "and as it has been my fate to live in habits of intimacy for several years with a very worthy countryman of yours, Father Murphy, confessor of the Duke of Cornwall, who was the most intimate friend of my father." "Father Murphy," interrupted Roderick. "Yes," returned Edric, surprised at the wonder expressed by the king. "Is it possible you can know him?" "The name appeared familiar to me, that was all," replied Roderick, evidently finding it difficult to repress a strong inclination to laugh. Edric looked at him with still increasing astonishment, not being able to discover anything in the slightest degree ridiculous in what he had said, and Roderick's disposition to mirth seemed to increase in exact proportion to Edric's gravity. At length, perceiving he remained silent, Roderick with infinite difficulty contrived to say, "Go on, my dear Mr. Montague, I entreat you to go on, never mind me, it is a strange thought that has just entered my head." "Mr. Montague," exclaimed Edric, "I was not aware that your Majesty was acquainted with my name, I do not recollect having mentioned it." "Perhaps, however, the doctor did," returned the king, "or the alcaide might have told me, or my servants may have seen it marked upon your trunks or your linen, or—" "Your Majesty need not give yourself so much trouble to explain a circumstance in itself perfectly immaterial," replied Edric. "I have no wish to conceal my name, I was only astonished to find your Majesty so well acquainted with it." "Well, well," cried Roderick, somewhat impatiently, "the circumstance is, as you say, quite immaterial, so pray go on with what you were saying of Father Murphy." "I was simply observing that the excellence of his disposition had given me a favorable opinion of your Majesty's countrymen, which I hope the thoughtlessness of their king will not induce you to change. I trust you have too much good sense, Mr. Montague, to feel offended with what you may call the frivolity of my manner. My heart, I hope, is good, though I own even I cannot say much in favor of my head. I am a laughing philosopher, however, a sort of Democritus II, and finding it more agreeable to laugh than cry, I generally try to extract amusement from everything that happens to fall in my way. We shall soon know each other better, and so now, as doubtless you may wish for repose after the fatigues you have undergone, you will perhaps like to retire to the tent prepared for you. The doctor and Edric willingly assented and repaired to their new abode, completely puzzled by what seemed to them the extraordinary and inconsistent character of the king. Under this gay, laughing exterior, however, Roderick hid a sound penetrating mind, and a firm determined spirit, whilst, though no one enjoyed more to ridicule occasionally the foibles of his subjects, no one knew better how to check them, and bring them back instantly to their proper stations, if they ventured a hair's breadth beyond the limits he prescribed to them. He had thus the art to make himself feared as well as loved, and to rule his subjects despotically, though he never spoke to them without a smile. Such as I have described him, it may be easily imagined Roderick was not long in winning the affections of his new friends, and he, in his turn, was equally delighted with them. The noble, generous, and inquiring spirit of Edric exactly accorded with his own, and the follies of the learned doctor afforded him never-ceasing amusement, whilst Edric, delighted to meet with a companion who could understand and sympathize with his feelings, felt happier than he had been for years, and the learned doctor, proud of being admitted to the intimacy of such a man as Roderick, declared all his troubles were repaid, and that he now considered himself as the most fortunate of mortals. Chapter 22. The Spanish nobility were daily collecting round the Irish king. To one of the most distinguished of these, the Duke of Medina Cellina, Roderick was particularly anxious to introduce Edric. For this purpose, therefore, as soon as the army of Roderick returned to his headquarters at Cadiz, where the Duke had remained, the friends went together to pay him a visit. Edric was exceedingly interested by this call. The Duke's family consisted only of himself and his granddaughter, the Princess Zoe, but the appearance of both was excessively striking. The Duke was a blind old man with white flowing hair and a long silvery beard, clad with almost patriarchal simplicity, whilst Zoe, who sate closely by his side, and seemed devoted to his comfort, was beauty itself. Exquisitely lovely, however, as her features were, they excited rather pain than pleasure in the mind of the beholder, from their excessive paleness. Her dress was simple, a robe of black silk fitted tight to her slender shape, and her jet black hair was simply braided on her forehead, and confined in a net behind. When she saw the strangers, a slight blush stained the usual alabaster fairness of her complexion, and a trifling agitation was visible in her manner. It was but for an instant, however, that this glowing tint suffused her pallid cheeks, or that her fine features betrayed agitation. Her usual calm dignity of expression was immediately reassumed, and her countenance regained its marble whiteness. There was, indeed, something very singular in the whole countenance of this young beauty, for, notwithstanding the exquisite loveliness of her features, her charms were rather those of a statue than of a human being. Her fine features were strictly Grecian and perfectly regular, but they were always fixed in one unvarying expression, whilst her large black eyes fringed with long silken eyelashes, and her glossy raven hair, contrasted strangely with the spotless fairness of her complexion. The whole gave her the air of some unearthly visitant from the tomb. Zoe had been unfortunate from her birth. Her mother, having accompanied the old Duke upon an embassy to Constantinople, had happened to please the fancy of the reigning emperor so forcibly, that, contrary to the advice of his counselors, he had married her. Disproportioned marriages, however, are seldom happy ones, and that of the parents of Zoe formed no exception to the general rule. The emperor soon repented his rashness, and, becoming tired of his wife, treated her with coldness and neglect, whilst she, far removed from all her former friends, and finding herself despised by the man for whose sake she had sacrificed everything, lingered a few years and then died unheeded and forlorn, leaving only the hapless Zoe to lament her fate. The emperor married again, and Zoe had dragged on a miserable existence, till in an insurrection of the Greeks, her father had been murdered, and she herself compelled to fly from Constantinople. She had repaired first to Africa, but finding her grandfather was in Spain, she had followed him thither, and still remained with him, under the protection of Roderick. It was, indeed, the aristocracy of Spain for which the Irish hero was now principally fighting, for they had suffered most severely from the licentious conduct of the soldiers, and were most earnest in imploring his assistance. When the seat of the Spanish monarchy had been removed to Africa, most of the nobles had followed in its train, whilst those that remained had become objects of hate and suspicion to the republican governments that ensued. Still, however, the amour patrie glowed strongly in their breasts, and chained them to their country. They submitted patiently to innumerable grievances, till, a few months before they applied to Roderick, finding the insolence of the soldiers become insupportable, they determined to throw off the yoke, and re-establish a monarchy in Spain. For this purpose, they had invited Don Pedro, a younger branch of their former royal family, to come over from Africa to accept their throne. He complied, and had brought in his train many of the old nobility, and amongst the rest the venerable Duke of Medina Salina, whose most passionate wish it was, that he might die and be entombed in Spain. Don Pedro had been unsuccessful, and had fled, but many of those who had accompanied him remained, and with the resident Spanish nobility now formed the splendid court of Roderick at Cadiz. The Duke received Edric kindly, and treated Roderick with that enthusiastic devotion, which is, beyond all other praise, flattering to the mind of man. Zoe never spoke, nor did her features betray that she took the slightest interest in the scene before her. It has been before observed, that education was carried to such a pitch in England, that all, even the common people, were universal linguists. Instruction indeed, in that respect, was imparted in many brief and ingenious modes, and knowledge being thus rendered so cheap and easy, as to be à la portée de tout le monde, it of course was going partially out of fashion with the higher classes, but as Sir Ambrose piqued himself on his devotion to all the old customs, he would not swerve from them in the education of his sons, and in consequence, Edric was almost as learned in this respect as a servant or a labourer. This had often been a source of chagrin to him at home, as it prevented his feeling upon equal terms with those in the same situation of life as himself, and had contributed greatly to give him those shy and reserved manners we have noticed. On the present occasion, however, Edric found his learning advantageous, as it enabled him to enjoy thoroughly the animated and entertaining conversation of the old Duke. After a lively and spirited discussion of the manners of the age generally, and the state of Spain in particular, the friends retired, having first obtained a promise from the Duke and Zoe to be present at a grand tournament Roderick intended giving on the following day. "Well, Edric," said Roderick, "what think you of the Princess Zoe?" "That she would be a Venus de Medicis, if she had a little more soul." "Oh come, Edric," said Roderick, laughing, "that is really too bad. I'll allow that Zoe wants animation, but she has at least as much as a statue. Besides, I thought you were fond of still life, or you would not feel so anxious about your mummy." "Oh, for God's sake," said Edric, "do not joke me upon that subject, it is too solemn, too awful." "At least, your doubts are now satisfied," said the king. "Not at all," returned Edric, "for I cannot help imagining it was only permitted to appear resuscitated to punish my presumptuous daring, and its mysterious disappearance, added to the strange and fearful adventures that have since attended us, only confirm my opinion." "It must have been a horrible feeling when you first saw it stir," observed Roderick. "Words cannot express the agony of that moment," replied Edric, "when I saw my strange unearthly wishes gratified, and felt the impiety I had been guilty of in having formed them, and I would have given worlds to restore the mummy to the deep sleep I had disturbed. It was, however, then too late. Can you form any idea of what has become of it?" "None. If the Egyptian story be correct, it contrived to reinflate the balloon, and that carried it away, though it is quite impossible to say how far it might go, as the mummy could not possibly understand the management of the machine, though he might accidentally fill it." "Would it relieve you to think the mummy safe in England?" "Oh no. I shudder at the thought." Well, then it is useless to make yourself unhappy about the subject. Depend upon it, all is for the best. I am sure, for my part, I am very much obliged to the resuscitated gentleman, as, if it had not been for his freak of flying away with your balloon, you would not have been here at the present moment, and I might never have even known that such a person was in existence. However, now you are here, you must not leave me, and when we have finished our campaign, we will return to Ireland together, and pass the remainder of our lives in peace and tranquility. Edric smiled, for the very idea of peace and Roderick seemed incongruous. The tournament was held on a fine plain on the mainland, a few miles from Cadiz, and nothing could exceed the brilliancy of the show. The sun shone o'er fair women and brave men, for even in winter, the bright beams of an Andalusian sun give a glowing animation to the scene. The busy murmurs of the crowd, the prancing of the horses, and the gay laugh of the light-hearted Irishmen, as they paid their high-flown compliments to the Spanish beauties, were, however, soon interrupted by the firing of cannon, and a pause ensued, which was at length broken by loud shouts of Roderick. Roderick, forever! Long live the conqueror of Spain! And immediately, the pressure and bustle of the people, and the sound of warlike music which gradually swelled upon the ear, announced the arrival of that illustrious sovereign upon the field. Roderick was, as usual, riding upon Champion, his noble barb, and surrounded by the officers of his staff, but he was not talking to them with his accustomed familiarity. His countenance even wore an air of sadness and reflection, very unusual to it. However, as he rode along, his fine horse tossing his head and spurning the ground as he advanced, he looked completely the powerful sovereign that he really was. His dress was exceedingly becoming. Roderick knew mankind too well not to appear to adopt, in some measure, even the prejudices of those he associated with, and knowing the partiality of the Spaniards for dress and appearance, his own was magnificent. A tight vest and pantaloons of black satin displayed the elegance of his figure to the best advantage, whilst a short cloak of the same material hung from his shoulders in graceful negligence, and his head was covered with a large Spanish hat of black velvet, having a magnificent plume of ostrich feathers, secured by a diamond aigrette in front. A superb collar of diamonds also adorned his breast, and a deep frill of Van Dyck lace was fastened round his neck. Splendid, however, as was the attire of Roderick, it was far exceeded by his personal advantages, and no one could look upon that fair, open brow, those bright blue eyes, that manly, though youthful form, that glossy chestnut hair and curling mustachios, or, what was more than all, upon the fascinating smile of the mouth they decorated, without feeling deeply interested for their possessor. The fascinating manners of Roderick have been already mentioned, but, upon the present occasion, his usual gait de car was tempered by an air of dignity and command which became him equally well, and which powerfully told, that though he might sometimes condescend to seem amused with trifles, he could, when he pleased, be indeed a king. The affairs of Spain were now beginning to assume a favourable appearance, and, consequently, the people were better disposed to be amused, whilst, as a truce had been granted for some weeks, during a negotiation for peace which was carrying on, the combined Spanish and Irish soldiers shut up in the Isle of Leon, and thrown entirely upon their own resources for amusement, like most persons in similar situations, grasped eagerly at every trifle that seemed to promise variety and amusement. Roderick was perfectly aware of this, and it was partly to afford employment for his officers, and partly to gratify his own taste for the pursuits of chivalry, that he had proposed the present tournament. The lists were marked out, and a flourish of trumpets summoned the combatants to the field. 2 of the Irish officers were the first who engaged, and whilst every eye was occupied in watching their movements with the most intense anxiety, Roderick took an opportunity of whispering to Edric that he had just received news from England. "Well," cried Edric, his eyes sparkling with impatience. "Elvira is elected, but I am afraid there is a strong party in the state against her." "And my father?" "He is well, and Edmund is Prime Minister." "What says Rosabella?" "She is silent, and, therefore, I fear." "You are right. In such a case, Rosabella's silence can only portend a storm. The Duke has left the country, and now resides entirely in town. What a change, said Edric, a few short months has produced. All is altered. I was excessively shocked when you informed me of the death of Claudia, but this news, though it surprises, does not displease me, and, thank God, my father is well. The defeat of one of the combatants, and the shouts and triumph attending the success of the other, now interrupted the conference, and the rush of all parties towards the king separated him from Edric, who walked quietly away from the crowd to meditate upon the news he had received. The train of thought thus conjured up was so pleasing, that he was soon completely lost in it. His father, his brother, and all the scenes of his childhood, those early recollections so dear to every heart, seemed to rise before him, and he had forgotten Spain and all that it contained, when he was roused from his reverie by a piercing scream, and, looking round, he saw the Princess Zoe, near whose palanquin he had accidentally placed himself, attempting to break from her carriage in a state of the most violent agitation. Astonished beyond the power of expression at her emotion, Edric hastily assisted her to unfasten the door of her palanquin, and offered her his arm. Zoe took it without speaking, and with trembling steps hurried across the plain. In a few minutes, however, the cause of the princess's agitation was explained, for, as they approached the spot she evidently wished to reach, Edric saw the body of Roderick extended upon the ground, apparently without life or motion. Uttering an exclamation of horror, he attempted to rush towards him, but the princess held his arm firmly, and prevented him. Quite astonished, he looked up in her face. She was still dreadfully agitated, but she did not speak, and only pressed her finger against her lips. In a few minutes, Roderick opened his eyes, and the princess, again pressing Edric's arm, said in a hurried, though low tone, "Let us go." Edric obeyed, and they walked hastily back to the palanquin in perfect silence. When Edric had assisted the princess into her carriage, however, and was about to retire, she pressed his hand, and said again in her peculiarly low soft voice, "Do not speak of this." "I will not," said Edric, and bowing respectfully as he pressed her hand to his lips, he walked away excessively surprised at the scene he had witnessed. Upon reaching the king, he found he had been thrown from his horse, and so slightly hurt as not to think it necessary to interrupt the amusements of the day, which concluded after a brilliant display of Irish and Spanish valor, without any other incident worthy of notice. A few days after this adventure, as Edric was sitting, lost in thought, in his own apartment, musing, as was his custom whenever he was alone, upon the strange adventure of the mummy, and endeavoring in vain to imagine what might be its probable fate, he was startled by the door of his room flying suddenly open, and Roderick's rushing in pale and in violent agitation. "Oh, Edric," cried he, "I am ruined. My fame is lost forever. Whilst I have been loitering away my time here, the enemy has obtained the assistance of the French. They have taken Madrid, and almost all the towns between that and the frontier. An immense army is marching upon Seville, and they intended to have blocked me up here, amusing me with their pretended treaties, till they had caught me in their snare." "And how has their plot been discovered?" "The Princess Zoe, yes. I know what you would say, she loves me, and though I love her not, nay, though I am devoted to another, if I reconquer Spain, myself and crown shall be thrown at her feet, but, if I fail, I will never live to be the herald of my disgrace. It is unworthy of Roderick to despair, it will be by treachery, if you are vanquished." "Hold," cried Roderick, driven almost to frenzy at the thought. "For mercy's sake, talk not so calmly of my being vanquished. I will conquer, I will redeem my name, or perish in the attempt, and if they do vanquish me, it shall be my corpse alone that they shall conquer, for the immortal spirit shall escape their fury." "Alas! Alas!" said Edric, "your words have again conjured up the fiend that so long has haunted me. Does the immortal spirit escape?" "Edric," returned the king, "this is not a moment for metaphysical subtleties. We must act, and that immediately and decisively. We must advance upon Seville, and, if possible, get possession of that city before the army of the enemy shall reach it. This blow will strike the Spaniards with awe, and before they have recovered themselves, I shall have made myself master of half Spain. I know the character of the people I have to combat. I must carry everything by a coup de main, or I shall fail." It was impossible to deny the justice of this observation, and Edric warmly seconded the preparations of Roderick to march immediately upon Seville. These preparations were soon made, for Roderick was so completely idolized by his soldiers that they regarded his will as law, and were ready to march at an hour's notice, though they knew not where they were going. Dr. Entwerfen was excessively agitated when he found he was going now really to engage in war, not that the base emotion of fear took possession of his soul, but a slight trepidation, such as that which scandal says even heroes feel at their first battle, crept over his nerves, and gave him an odd kind of sensation, which, he said, was only anxiety to engage. No one knew where they were going. It was only rumored, indeed, that hostilities were about to recommence, and, as the doctor said, it was very disagreeable to be unacquainted with the theatre of their future glory. Roderick was amused, notwithstanding even the agitation of the moment, with the efforts of the doctor to discover the secret, and told him, as though in confidence, that they were going to attack Lisbon. Delighted with this news, which he firmly believed, the doctor strutted about with indescribable dignity, walking upon the tips of his toes, pressing his lips together, and swelling out his cheeks like a cherub in a country churchyard, whilst he seemed absolutely bursting with the importance of the secret he carried. All was now ready, but before Roderick quitted Cadiz, he took leave of the Princess Zoe. "It would be unjust to your merit, and my gratitude," said he, "to insult you with words, but if I survive, the devotion of my whole life—" "Stay," interrupted Zoe, "nor overrate so strangely the value of the service I have been so fortunate as to render you. Besides, even if your estimate were just, know that the services of Zoe are not to be purchased. No, Prince, judge me not so meanly. Had I not determined that we should never meet again, the intelligence you so highly value would never have reached your ears. My greatest enemy is dead, and tomorrow I return to my native land, where the rebels have no longer the power to injure me. Demetrius, the ancient minister of my father, arrived yesterday, with the permission for my return, and I do not hesitate an instant, yet, before I go." "Speak," cried Roderick hastily, "command my life, my throne, my fortune." Zoe smiled. "The favor I have to request is trifling. I have a favorite page, who dreads to return to Greece, and I would willingly place him under your care." "He shall be my brother," exclaimed Roderick enthusiastically, "my friend, my companion in arms. He shall live with me, fight with me, and—" Again a faint smile played on Zoe's marble features, like the ghost of departed joys. It was but for an instant, however, and it added fresh darkness to the succeeding gloom. "I wish no privileges for my page," said she gravely, "beyond those usually bestowed upon his class. Treat him kindly, but promise me you will not overindulge him, or I will not leave him with you." "You have only to command," said Roderick, "and you may rely upon obedience." "Adieu." "Then," exclaimed the princess, extending her hand, whilst a slight blush stained her alabaster complexion. "God bless you, we may meet again." Roderick kissed her hand as he would have done that of an empress. "Heaven grant we may," exclaimed he, "for, rest assured, no earthly pleasure could afford me half the joy." "None?" asked Zoe incredulously. "None," repeated he firmly, "unless, perhaps," added he with a smile, "the reconquering of Spain." "Then you will accept my page?" "As a gift from heaven." "He shall join you ere you cross the bridge. Once more, adieu." "Adieu," cried Roderick, and Zoe vanished. In half an hour the troops were under arms, and had quitted Cadiz, but Roderick, in the bustle and confusion attendant upon the removal of so large a body of men so suddenly, had quite forgotten the Greek page. As he was crossing the bridge, however, his noble barb started, and Roderick, looking for the cause, saw a slight, graceful boy, who, kneeling, presented him with a letter. It was from Zoe. "I forgot to tell you," wrote she, "that my page is dumb." As his loss of speech, however, was accidental, he is, notwithstanding, perfectly intelligent, and will obey your slightest gesture. Ordering some of his attendants to provide a horse, Roderick desired the page to mount it, and ride by his side. The boy crossed his arms upon his breast, and bowed his head in token of obedience, and then lightly vaulted into the saddle. Chapter 23. The army of Roderick advanced rapidly through a lovely country richly tinted by the rays of a southern sun. Nothing, indeed, could be more beautiful than the scene. Though spring was only just bursting from the icy chains of winter, vine-covered cottages peeped through orange groves loaded with their fragrant flowers, whilst behind, the dark foliage of the lofty palm trees gave depth and richness to the landscape. Innumerable flowers perfumed the air, and the sky glowed with azure and gold. Under these circumstances, the advance of Roderick's army, though rapid, resembled rather the journey of a party of pleasure than a fatiguing and toilsome march, and when, just as the sun was setting, they approached a small village, Edric paused on the summit of a hill, to survey with delighted admiration the lovely scene below. A white church peeped from between a thick cluster of trees, and romantic cottages covered with wild festoons of luxuriant plants were scattered about at intervals, whilst sitting before the doors were placed groups of peasant girls, singing patriotic airs to their mandolines or lutes, and others were dancing gaily beneath the shade of some widely spreading trees. Neat dresses of black serge fitted tightly to the shape of these girls, and displayed the graceful elegance of their figures to the utmost advantage. Their long dark hair was bound in a simple net, and their sparkling eyes beamed with animation and love, whilst the clear dark complexion, well-proportioned forms, jet-black hair, and aquiline noses of their male partners, still, notwithstanding the lapse of so many centuries, strongly marked their Moorish origin. Songs of joy and lively music swelled upon the gale, but these sounds of peace and happiness were soon changed to shrieks of terror, as the unfortunate peasants saw the army of Roderick wind slowly through the trees, and they fled screaming for mercy, whilst all their little store of wealth fell an easy prey to the foe they left behind. Edric shuddered at the pillage that ensued, and warmly remonstrated with his friend. "My dear Edric," said Roderick, "these things are inevitable, though what you see here can give you but a very faint idea of the dreadful havoc and devastation of war. My soldiers destroy nothing, and generally even pay for what they take, but commonly in an enemy's country, men burn what they cannot make use of, and treat the unfortunate inhabitants with the most appalling cruelty. However, these are things we cannot reason about." "I think not," returned Edric, and finding his remonstrances unavailing, he had the discretion not again to allude to the subject, till the army approached Seville. The first view of this splendid city, illumined by the glowing rays of the setting sun, struck our young philosopher most forcibly. "Oh, Roderick," cried he, "look at that long line of sumptuous palaces, adorned with marble pillars, and the finest statues, those lovely gardens, those bowers of roses, and those crystal fountains, whose sparkling spray looks dazzling in the sunbeams." "Well," said Roderick, "I see them all, and more, the lofty spires of the town rising beyond, their gilded vanes glittering in the sun." "And can you look upon this fair scene," asked Edric, "and not feel compunction? Alas! Alas! That the cruel hand of man should dare to destroy so lovely a picture." "My dear Edric," returned Roderick, smiling, "you would never do for a conqueror. If you make war a profession, glory must be your mistress, and to obtain her, you must sacrifice all your better feelings. But, what is that? Look yonder, Edric." "I see nothing but a volume of fleecy smoke curling up between the trees," said Edric, "which harmonizes well with the lovely scene around, that scene which the grim hand of war is destined so soon to desolate. Oh, Roderick, can it be possible, that you, whose kind and charitable nature would not crush a worm to death unnecessarily, should—" "They have fired the suburbs," cried Roderick, interrupting him, and clapping spurs to his horse, he darted forward like an arrow discharged from a bow. His suspicions were correct. Light clouds of white vapor hung high in the clear blue heavens, whilst below, a thick yellow smoke, mingled with flames, spread wide ruin and devastation. Crackling pieces of wood, sparkling like a feu d'artifice, were thrown up with violence at intervals, and the scorching heat felt intolerable, as showers of sparks, and pieces of ignited matter, rained thick and fast upon the plain. Edric and Roderick were on a gentle eminence when they first saw the city, and, deceived by the remarkable optical delusion often observable in similar situations, they had fancied it very near them. When they plunged into the valley, however, they soon discovered that this was of very considerable extent, and their horses, weary with their toilsome march, with difficulty made their way through the thick underwood and tangled grass that every moment threatened to impede their progress. At length, they entered into the mazes of a wood, that quite obscured the city from their sight, and when fair Seville again broke upon them through an opening in the trees, she appeared one vast mass of flame. "Good heavens," cried Edric, "surely they will not burn the city! What a multitude of human beings will be sacrificed if they do!" "I hope they will not be so foolish," said Roderick, "yet I own I fear." "No, no," cried he, after a moment's pause, "see, see! The smoke divides, and as the wind bears the rolling volumes asunder, the city's walls still stand. No fire as yet has touched the glory and the bulwark of proud yet fair Seville." The glowing embers still crackled as they approached, and still threw up occasional showers of sparks fearfully glaring amidst the darkness of the night, which now closed in upon them with a thick gloom very unusual to that climate. The flames had caught the bridge ere the army of Roderick reached the banks of the river, and the fiery bow, glowing through the surrounding darkness, looked like the fabled arch over which the Mahometans believe the souls of the dead are destined to skate into paradise. At length the army of Roderick found their progress stopped by the deep and rapid waters of the Guadalquivir, the black smoking remains of the bridge which had once stretched across the river, seeming to forbid their farther progress. Magnificent palaces lay around them, crumbling into ruins, whilst their half-burnt roofs fell occasionally with a tremendous crash. Fearful indeed was the spectacle that presented itself, and the once superb suburb seemed the very temple of desolation. Vases and statues lay overturned, and blackened by the smoke. Majestic trees, scorched by the flames, and their shriveled leaves stripped from their withered branches, stretched forth their bare arms forlorn and desolate, like bereaved mothers mourning over their murdered children. A chill drizzling mist began to fall, and all looked dreary and uncomfortable. Roderick stood upon the banks of the river and marked its dark rolling waters, in which the fire that still crept amongst the ruins on the other side reflected its red lurid glare. "We must pass the river," said he. "These Andalusians are too crafty to have destroyed this fine suburb, in itself a town, had not some imperious reason urged them to it. They want to gain time, but we must show them that we dare brave the combined terrors of flames and water, when glory gives the word." "And what is this glory you pursue so madly?" asked Edric. "May not prudence be admitted to its counsels? And will it not be more certain if we wait till morning to seize it? The night is dark and gloomy, I think it forebodes a tempest, and at any rate it will be difficult to ford this black rolling stream in the obscurity. Tomorrow with the dawn we will effect a passage, our troops will be then refreshed with rest, and we shall be ready to encounter with vigor the dangers that may oppose us." Roderick smiled sadly. "Tomorrow, Edric," said he, "it may be too late. Tomorrow, the army our enemies expect may advance upon us, and either obtain possession of the town, or cut off our retreat. We have traitors amongst us, for even now, secret as our movements have been, you see the enemy has had notice of our approach." "Why should we pause?" cried Lord Arthur O'Neill, one of the Irish lords who had followed his sovereign to the field. "Your Majesty may confide in your soldiers. Tired? An Irishman knows not the meaning of the word. Shall the heroes of Burgos, Valladolid, and Salamanca complain of fatigue? Have you forgotten how they fought and conquered? Have you forgotten the proud day before Madrid, when a handful of Irish fought and defeated a whole legion of Spaniards? Can we think of these things, and yet talk of fear? Oh no, surely not. Surely if we did, every warm drop of blood in our veins, every spark of enthusiasm in our hearts, would give the lie to the assertion. Lead us on, brave Roderick. Damp not the spirit of your troops by unnecessary delays, but lead us forward to victory. Lead us to victory, shouted the officers and troops, and Roderick, animated by their cries, gave orders for the instant fording of the river. The evening had now quite closed in, not a star broke the thick dull grey of the heavens, and the sky began to look dark and threatening. The lowering clouds grew gradually darker and darker, whilst a dusky veil seemed to fall over the distant turrets of the town, and to envelope them in gloom. The fire that still raged in the suburbs had now seized an ancient castle, and a thick yellow smoke burst from its embrasures. It seemed like a huge giant vomiting forth flames. In the meantime, heavy clouds that had gathered over their heads seemed big with destruction, and a low moaning sound was heard at a distance as though the winds were sighing over the fate of the unhappy wretches, who were soon to fall victims to their fury. The hollow murmuring continued, it grew gradually louder and louder, and at length burst with tremendous violence in fearful blasts over the heads of the army. It was now as dark as night, and the thunder rolled with awful grandeur, the rain descended in torrents, and the flashes of lightning showed by glimpses the pouring vengeance of the clouds, and the still smoking fragments of the ruined bridge. It seemed madness to attempt the passage of the river at such a moment, but the determined spirit of Roderick, when once resolved, was not easily to be shaken, and crying out, "Glory and Roderick forever!" he attempted to plunge into the boiling flood. At this instant the heavens seemed to open, and a vivid ball of bright blue fire to dart from them. The lightning had struck a tree, beneath which a group of soldiers had taken shelter, splitting it asunder and scattering the branches in all directions, whilst the groans of the unhappy wretches, crushed by its fall, mingled horribly with the howling wind and crashing thunder. Nothing, however, could intimidate the daring spirit of Roderick, and calling upon his soldiers to follow him, he struck his spurs into Champion, his faithful Barb, and the noble animal plunged with him into the stream. The river, swollen by the torrents of rain, now rushed along in roaring waves like the sea. Champion, and the horses of those who had followed the example of their sovereign, were soon obliged to try to swim, and struggled in vain to reach the opposite shore. The impetuous current, however, swept them down the river, and soon the cries of the drowning men, and the plunging of the horses, added fresh horror to the roar of the raging waters. Fearful was the struggle, till, after a few horrible moments of almost supernatural exertions, the storm partly ceased, and though the winds still continued to howl at intervals, and the thunder to roll, its growl became fainter and fainter, and soon nothing was heard but the splashing of the waves, and the struggles of the swimming animals who tried in vain to stem the boiling current. Champion had made most violent efforts to save his master, but he strove in vain. He only floated upon the waves. No longer could he toss his head and proudly champ his bit, his strength was fast leaving him, his long thick manner and heavy armor weighed him down. His feeble eyes, however, caught a glimpse of the opposite shore. They had almost reached it, and the noble animal, collecting all his strength for one attempt, sprang forward, but, alas! His heart broke in the effort, his strength failed, the slippery clay slided from beneath his feet, and the lifeless body of poor Champion fell back into the river, dragging his illustrious master with him. Roderick was too much exhausted to swim, and, encumbered by the dead body of the horse, he was fast sinking to rise no more, when a powerful arm caught hold of him. "Take this knife," cried a voice that he knew to be Edric's, "disentangle yourself from the horse, and I can save you." His words recalled the fleeting spirit of Roderick. He grasped the knife and hastily cut asunder the cord that confined his cloak round his neck. It was this cloak which had become entangled in the saddle, and the moment it was released from the neck of Roderick, it floated down the stream with the body of poor Champion, whilst the fainting monarch was dragged on shore by his friend Edric. The storm had now entirely ceased, the water began to get more tranquil, and the moon, breaking from the clouds that drifted rapidly across the skies, showed the opposite bank so plainly that the rest of the army passed with little difficulty. In the meantime, restoratives had been applied to Roderick, and he opened his eyes. A slight shudder, however, ran through his frame as he looked around, and, heaving a deep sigh, he hastily reclosed them, as though he wished to shut out forever the recollection of what had just passed. 'Twas but for an instant, however, that the manly mind of the Irish hero indulged in this overwhelming sorrow. The next, smiling though mournfully, he took the hand of Edric, and looking at him with affection, he said, "I owe my life to you. God only knows whether the boon be worth the meed of thanks, or whether you have not been cruel to my people in saving me. They have small reason to wish my life, if I am often to be seized with such freaks as these. Good God! I shudder when I consider that the lives of several of my fellow creatures have been sacrificed to my misguided folly." Poor Champion too, drawing his hand across his eyes to wipe away his tears, and then again trying to smile. "You will laugh at me, Edric, but you don't know how much I feel the loss of that horse. Poor fellow! How nobly he breasted the tide, and struggled on. But he is gone, and it's of no use thinking of him." And as he spoke, he resolutely started from the bed upon which he had been laid, and again dashed the tears from his eyes. "I have other things to think of that are of far more importance than poor Champion, and yet, poor fellow, I can't forget it was his obedience to me that destroyed him. Poor fellow! You would have been sorry for him, Edric, if you had heard how deeply he sighed when we were in the middle of the water, and I forced him to go on. But I will think no more of him. Summon my officers, and let us hold a council as to our future proceedings." The council was called, and it was soon ascertained that the army had sustained no other loss than poor Champion, a few other horses, and about 8 or 10 of the king's bodyguard, who had thrown themselves into the river the moment they had seen their master do so. Roderick felt keenly the folly that had occasioned the loss of these brave men and useful animals, but as he was aware that he was now surrounded by his soldiers and the allied Spaniards, and that it is always necessary for a monarch to seem great, whether he be so or not, if he wished to be obeyed, he had too much self-command to show any signs of weakness, and gave orders for the commencement of the siege of the town with as much coolness as though he had merely quietly marched up to its walls. In the meantime, Dr. Entwerfen had safely floated over the stream, riding astride upon one of the ammunition wagons, which were contrived of cork, and supported by bladders, or rather balloons, filled with gas upon each side, whilst the middle part, upon which the doctor rode, being nearly in the form of a barrel, the worthy gentleman had formed no bad representation of Bacchus as he swam merrily across, for the learned doctor, having wisely considered how much the interests of science would suffer if any accident befell his precious person, had waited till the river was as smooth as glass, before he would venture to traverse it. It was perhaps also well for Roderick, that he now found himself upon the theatre of war, that he had orders to give, decisions to make, in short, that he had sufficient to occupy his mind, and prevent its dwelling upon the unpleasant circumstances that had just passed. Occupation, indeed, is the only sure remedy for grief. The consolations of friends and hopes of religion may do much, but constant employment is the most effectual medicine for woe that the skill of man has yet been able to discover. Roderick now enjoyed the benefit of this invaluable panacea in its fullest extent, for he had much to do. Notwithstanding all their affection for him, his army could not conceal from themselves that he had sacrificed several valuable lives unnecessarily by his rashness, and their confidence in his prudence was proportionably diminished. Roderick saw, and was mortified by this, the more so, as he felt it was occasioned by his own folly, and he struggled to do something to retrieve the confidence he had lost. There is, perhaps, no situation more painful to a noble, high-spirited mind, than the consciousness of error, and the feelings of Roderick upon this occasion were an ample penance for his faults. During the whole of the passage of the river, and the encampment of the army upon the opposite side, under the very walls of the city, not a single soldier of the enemy had been seen, but when that was completed, and the harassed host of Irish had stretched their weary limbs upon the earth, to seek a few minutes' repose before the attack that was ordered at daybreak. Lights could be plainly seen moving to and fro in the city, and the heavy tramp of the soldiers heard as they paraded the walls. All now was still, a calm seemed to have succeeded a mighty tempest. A tent had been erected for Roderick and his chief officers, and there the monarch now sate gloomily musing, whilst his officers were scattered, in various attitudes of repose and thought, around him. Alexis, the Greek page, who had with difficulty passed the river, lay at his feet. At length, all slept but Edric and Roderick. After a long pause, the Irish hero looked at his friend, and seeing him gazing at him with a look of the tenderest concern, "Edric," said he, "I suffocate here, will you walk forth?" Edric willingly consented, and they sallied from the tent. The moon now shone brightly, and the night was calm and still. They walked together towards the banks of the river. Those waters, which so lately had raged like a roaring lion seeking to devour, now rippled gently along, dancing in the sunbeams, and seeming almost to smile at the mischief they had done. Roderick could not bear the sight. Remorse for his impatience struck like a barbed arrow through his heart, and he turned hastily away. He now looked at the scene that lay before him towards the town. The moon shone brightly upon the tents of his soldiers, which contrasted strongly with the black and disfigured ruins of the suburbs, amongst which they had been hastily pitched, whilst the lights in the city, seen only from the summit of the walls, made it look almost like an eagle's nest suspended between heaven and earth. Roderick grasped Edric's hand. "How calm," cried he, "how peaceful seems the scene before us! Alas! How different from that which so lately, but What's that?" exclaimed he, suddenly interrupting himself, "surely I heard a groan." Edric listened, and distinctly heard the feeble moaning of a human voice. Neither Roderick nor himself uttered a syllable, but both darted to the spot from whence the sounds proceeded. Just at a bend in the river, surrounded by lofty trees, now scorched and half destroyed by the fire, had stood the maison de plaisance of one of the Spanish nobles. It had been built in the Italian style, hedges of myrtle and pomegranates had bloomed in the garden, and a raised terrace had surrounded the house, ornamented by statues. Now, however, this terrace was covered with fallen pillars and broken vases. Ruin and desolation spread around. The trellis work, against which different creeping shrubs had been trained, hung in wild disorder, torn from the walls, and crushing with its weight the shrubs to which it had once served as a support. Edric and Roderick entered the dwelling, for the cry seemed to proceed from its ruins. With hasty steps they traversed the deserted chambers, in which magnificent tapestry hung in tatters from the walls, whilst shattered remnants of valuable pictures and shivered mirrors showed the grandeur that had once been there. All now, however, was desolation. The gilded walls and ceilings looked black with the smoke, and the splendid furniture lay half burnt and half destroyed upon the ground. Roderick and Edric, however, did not stop long to survey the misery around them, for they hurried hastily forward to the place from which the cries had proceeded. As they approached, they found they were the accents of a female voice that had attracted them, and advancing a few steps farther, they beheld a sight that filled them with pity. Beneath a fallen column, in the ruins of which she was so entangled that she could not move, lay, or rather stooped, a beautiful female, bending over the apparently lifeless body of an old man, whose fine features and venerable appearance were sufficient of themselves to create a deep interest in his behalf, but which interest was trebly increased by the evident anxiety painted upon the beautiful face of the female. "Oh, heavens!" cried she, as soon as they approached, "if you have any mercy or Christian charity in your disposition, succor this poor old man. Those cruel wretches have left him to perish miserably. Though we are strangers, we are human beings, and have committed no crime." By this time, Edric and Roderick had arrived near enough to draw her from the column, when they perceived, to their infinite horror, that her arm was broken, and that she was otherwise seriously hurt. "Oh, think not of me," cried she, finding they wished to succor her before they attended to the old man, who appeared to be dead. "Save my father, I am quite well, can I help you?" And heedless of her own pain, the heroic girl assisted in dragging her father from his dangerous situation. "I fear he is dead," whispered Roderick. "Oh! Say not so," shrieked Pauline, for that was her name. He shall recover." "Give him air," continued she, endeavoring with the one trembling hand, the use of which remained to her, to unfasten his collar. Edric gazed at her with admiration, and, struck with her filial piety and generous self-forgetfulness, he felt an interest for her that he had never before experienced for woman. He assisted her pious cares, and finding the old man still insensible, he bore him in his arms to the banks of the river, and sprinkled him with its waters. Whilst he was thus engaged, the little fat doctor in Twaffen, quite out of breath with his exertions, came puffing up, in something between a run and a trot. "Oh! Edric dear," cried he, gasping for breath, "I've found you, have I? But, heyday! What's the matter? You haven't been killing anybody, have you?" "Doctor," exclaimed Edric, "I am rejoiced to see you. This gentleman has been hurt by some falling ruins. Will you bleed him?" The doctor had studied surgery in his youth, and had since practiced frequently for charity, and, being in all things in which his particular foibles were not concerned, a man of sense and feeling, he instantly comprehended the importance of the case, and drawing forth his lancet, after having first bared and bound up the arm of his patient, he bled him. At first the blood dropped slowly, drop by drop, but it soon began to flow more freely, and then the patient, heaving a deep sigh, opened his eyes. Pauline had been bending over her father with an intenseness of anxiety that repressed every personal feeling, but the moment she heard him sigh, the unnatural strength that had supported her gave way, nature could bear no more, and she fell senseless to the ground. Everyone flew to her assistance, and Dr. Entwerfen, in particular, was quite in agony. "Dear, pretty creature," cried he, pushing his wig on one side, in his hurry to raise her up, "pretty dear. I do declare her arm is broken, and her shoulder dreadfully lacerated. Poor thing. I wonder how she could contrive to hold up so long." "It is wonderful," repeated Edric. "It is the triumph of mental energy over bodily suffering. See! She opens her eyes. She survives," exclaimed Roderick. "Had I not better return to my tent for assistance?" "There are some soldiers just there," replied the doctor, pointing to a group of men a few paces distant. "They came with me to protect me, but I outran them when I saw Edric." The soldiers soon formed a litter, upon which de Mallet, for that was the name of the old man, and his daughter were conveyed to the tent of Roderick, where proper surgical aid was afforded them. And whilst they are recovering from the injuries they had received, we will take the opportunity of informing our readers of the circumstances that had placed them in so unpleasant a situation. De Mallet was a Swiss noble, and upon the usurpation of the then despot of Switzerland, he had vehemently defended the liberty of his country. The tyrant had imprisoned him, and he had with difficulty made his escape, followed by his only daughter, who was devotedly attached to him, and who, in all his dangers, had never quitted his side. She had lost her mother in her earliest youth, and since that period, all her thoughts and cares had been devoted to her father. To comfort him, had formed the sole occupation of her life, and self was quite forgotten in her anxiety for his welfare. After escaping from Switzerland, they had taken refuge in Spain, flattering themselves that, as it was a free country, they should there be safe and happy. But, alas! They soon found the charms of freedom were more ideal than real, and de Mallet, though he had been an enthusiast for liberty under the despotic government of Switzerland, found the sweets of freedom not quite so great as he had imagined amongst the republicans of Spain, the pride of the nobles, and the conceited ignorance and insubordination of the people, being, as he found by sad experience, things much more agreeable to talk about than endure. In Switzerland, he had called the one proud independence, and the other manly daring, but he now discovered nobles and democratic chiefs can be tyrants as well as kings, and that the mob is a many-headed monster most exceedingly difficult to manage. At first, de Mallet and his daughter were rapturously received in Spain. No human beings could be more interesting, applauses filled the air whenever they appeared, addresses were presented to them from all quarters, the people crowded to see them, and the Spanish nobles vied with each other in offering them an asylum. All this was very fine, but, unfortunately, it was too charming to be lasting. As M. de Mallet and his lovely daughter had been often seen, congratulated, and condoled with, there was nothing now to be done, and the enthusiasm of the Spaniards began rapidly to abate. In the first moment of triumph, M. de Mallet had blindly believed everything the people had advanced, and had fancied himself, really as they called him, a hero and a martyr. He thus felt sensibly the change of feeling they so soon evinced. He became disgusted with a people so fickle, and, being too candid to conceal his sentiments, he suffered the Spaniards to perceive his disgust. The total alienation of the remaining interest they felt for him was the natural consequence. In the heat of enthusiasm, M. de Mallet had accepted freely the offer of a Spanish nobleman to make his house his home, but, with the usual tenacity of a generous mind in a state of dependence, as soon as he fancied he saw a coldness on the part of his host, he left him instantly, and hastened to the house of another, who had been still more warm in his offers of friendship. He, too, soon became cold, and M. de Mallet, like the hare with many friends, though overloaded with professions, found himself completely desolate when he really wanted protection. M. de Mallet had provided no funds when he left his native country, and his estates having been confiscated, he was thus thrown entirely upon the bounty of strangers. Too high-minded to endure dependence, and too proud to humble himself to labor, M. de Mallet had solicited and obtained the promise of a post in the Spanish army, and the directors of the government having promised him a place in the garrison of Seville, he had proceeded a few weeks before to the house of the Duke of Sidonia, the governor of that city, for the purpose of taking possession. The Duke, however, received him coldly, amusing him with procrastinating promises, till M. de Mallet found too late he had been duped by the directors, who, to rid themselves of his importunities, had sent him to Seville, merely on account of its distance from Madrid, and the difficulty he would have in returning to torment them, instead of having any real intention of complying with his wishes. Indignant at the treatment he had met with, M. de Mallet expostulated warmly with the Duke, and the violence of his feelings produced an apoplectic seizure. The Duke, though indifferent to the suit of M. de Mallet, was not destitute of the common feelings of humanity. He had him, therefore, carried to a chamber, where proper surgical assistance was afforded him. This scene took place at the Duke's country seat, upon the banks of the river, and M. de Mallet had remained there till, aided by a strong constitution and the vigilant attention of his daughter, he was fast recovering. When, however, intelligence being received of the rapid approach of the army of Roderick, the Duke ordered the suburbs to be burnt, including his country house. His unfortunate guests had entirely escaped his recollection, and the Spaniards appointed to destroy the suburbs, having performed their task with the utmost barbarity, tearing to pieces and destroying what they could not burn, the servants had flown at their approach, entirely forgetting M. de Mallet and his daughter, who, being in a distant quarter of the mansion, knew nothing of what was passing, till they were roused to a sense of their situation by the flames attacking their apartment. With piercing screams Pauline succeeded in rousing her father, and forcing him from the chamber, but they knew not where to fly. The crackling flames seemed to pursue them wherever they went, and the falling timbers threatened every instant to destroy them. At last they reached the hall, and Pauline's beautiful features beamed with joy at their approaching deliverance, when the tottering roof gave way, rocking a few moments with a fearful cracking noise, and then falling with a tremendous crash. Pauline saw it coming, but there was not time to escape, and uttering a faint cry, she threw herself before her father, striving to shield him with her delicate body from the coming danger. Feeble, however, would have proved this slight and fragile barrier to ward off the impending peril, had not fortunately one of the descending rafters struck against a projecting pillar, and thus formed a kind of arch, which served to protect them from farther injury, the falling of the roof having also nearly extinguished the fire. Pauline's arm had been broken with the blow, and her shoulder dreadfully lacerated, yet still the heroic girl supported herself, and, sustaining with her remaining arm the apparently lifeless body of her father, who, stunned with so many misfortunes, lay insensible at her feet. She endeavored by her cries to draw the attention of someone to the spot, as she found her father and herself were so entangled in the ruins, that it was impossible they could be extricated without powerful assistance. The keenest interest was excited by Pauline and her father in the breasts of Edric and Roderick, but, powerful as it was destined soon to give way to yet more painful sensations, for scarcely had they been removed to the tent, when Roderick, perceiving the first feeble tints of day streak the horizon, gave orders for the assault. The city was strongly fortified, and even where the ancient bulwarks had decayed, the governor had hastily supplied their place with wood so skillfully painted to resemble stone, as quite to deceive the eyes of his opponents. 30 towers were ranged at intervals along this formidable-looking wall, and on one side appeared a citadel strongly garrisoned, which commanded that space between the river and the city where the army of Roderick was now encamped, and which was aided by a kind of ditch which served occasionally as a covered way. The sun now rose in all its splendor, spreading its rich tints of purple and gold over the scene, and sweeping away before it the mists of morning. Soon, however, was its brilliancy to be obscured, and the savage rage of man to deface the beauty of nature. Soon did roaring cannon and flashing weapons imitate a contention of the elements, and soon did the gashed and bleeding forms of the assailants strew the ground, rendered slippery by their blood. The besieged defended themselves vigorously. 3 times did Roderick and his followers attempt to scale the walls, and 3 times were they repulsed, but at length a breach was made, and Roderick, transported with joy, threw himself into it, shouting to his soldiers to follow him. They obeyed, and the siege would have been at once terminated, had not a cloud of dust, rising in long black columns in the distance, through which the reflection of arms shone dazzling in the sun, given new spirits to the besieged, and discouraged the besiegers. Deep masses, half hidden by this heavy cloud, and appearing only more vast from the obscurity thrown over them, advanced rapidly, seeming to come on with the mighty force of the raging sea when it rushes along with irresistible violence and sweeps before it everything that dare oppose its fury. The garrison of the town, animated at the sight, rallied their half-exhausted forces, and drove back the assailants with such carnage that the line of their retreat was marked by a long stream of blood and expiring bodies. Roderick, for the first time in his life, refrained from renewing the attack, for, as he feared being surrounded, he determined to draw off his forces, and give battle to the combined French and Spanish army that was now fast approaching. Chapter 24. Notwithstanding the danger of his situation, Roderick was delighted at the sight of the allied army. "Now we shall fight," cried he, "and not be thrown down like dogs from the walls to perish. I could not bear to see my brave soldiers so sacrificed. But now that we shall meet fairly upon the open field, and struggle hand to hand, and man to man, we cannot fail to conquer." "Heaven grant us victory," said Edric, sighing. "Why, and so it will, man," repeated Roderick gaily. "Come, come. Rouse, and cheer thy spirits, for the moment of glory ought not surely to be that of gloom." The force of the enemy had, in the meantime, rapidly advanced, and the 2 armies were now opposite to each other, the river curving round that of Roderick like a silver band. The situation of the Irish hero was, indeed, now become hazardous in the extreme, and, if defeated, he could neither retreat nor advance without being exposed to imminent peril, as the river lay before him, and his rear was open to attacks from the town. But neither Roderick nor his soldiers ever contemplated the possibility of defeat. They breathed nothing but victory, and, as the confidence of success often ensures it, they had hitherto found themselves invincible, principally from the firm belief they entertained that they really were so. Roderick divided his army into 3 parts, and, determining to lead the van himself, he gave the command of one of the other divisions to Lord Arthur O'Neill, son of the Earl of Tyrone, and confided the other, which consisted entirely of Spaniards, to the conduct of the Spanish general, Don Alvarez Rapada, upon whose prudence he knew he might confidently rely, whilst he retained Edric, the doctor, and Alexis, the Greek page of Zoe, immediately about his own person. The battle soon raged with terrific grandeur, the shouts and cries of the combatants, mingling horribly with the roar of the cannon, which echoed from the walls of the town, seemed to leap from hill to hill, and reverberate in the distance like peals of rolling thunder. Roderick, in the meantime, performed prodigies of valor. Not satisfied with directing the movements of his troops, he fought bravely, sword in hand, like a common soldier, with all that prodigious energy and unexampled good fortune, which had previously induced the belief amongst the lower classes of Spaniards, of his being assisted by supernatural agency. A square was attacked and seemed upon the point of giving way, but when Roderick saw its danger and threw himself into the center, the soldiers were inspired with unwonted courage, and, fighting like lions about to be despoiled of their prey, repulsed the enemy with tremendous slaughter. In fact, nothing could resist the valor of Roderick's arm. Like Homer's Achilles, he seemed ready to triumph even over fate herself. An unexpected occurrence, however, notwithstanding his prowess, was very near turning the tide of the battle against him. Lord Arthur O'Neill, whom he had placed at the head of one of the divisions, though brave as an individual, was nothing as a chief, and, unequal to the responsibility of the task he had undertaken, stood hesitating and uncertain what to do, whilst the moment for action passed away. His division had been sent round to attack the enemy in the rear, and Roderick having advanced farther than he would have done, had he not depended upon their assistance, their inaction seemed likely to produce the most fatal consequences. Edric saw Lord Arthur's uncertainty, and, comprehending in an instant both the cause and its effects, he put himself at the head of a few men and galloped to his relief. Arthur, bewildered and overwhelmed, willingly resigned his command, and Edric, leading his division to the charge, changed instantly the fortune of the day. The victory that followed was decisive. Those combating in front against Roderick, astonished at hearing the din of battle in their rear, wavered and became irresolute, whilst disorder being once thrown amongst such a mass of men, horses, and ammunition wagons, its consequences were irreparable. The rout soon became general. The French and Spaniards fell over each other in dismay, whilst, in some instances, their confusion was so excessive that they turned their arms upon their own troops, mistaking them for those of their opponents. The pursuit of the flying foe being confided to the Spanish division of Roderick's army, that victorious monarch returned himself in triumph to his camp before the city. Gloom hung over the walls of Seville, as that proud city expected to become instantly the prey of the conqueror. Roderick, however, finding the garrison was still determined to resist, and that his own soldiers were exhausted by the fatigue they had undergone, resolved to defer the attack till the next day. Then retiring to his tent, he ordered his officers and nobles to be summoned to hold a council of war as to their future proceedings. A crowd had, in consequence of this summons, already collected round the monarch when Edric appeared amongst them. Roderick saw him, and hastily rushing forward, clasped him in his arms. "My dearest friend," cried he, "yesterday you saved my life, but today you have preserved my honor. I do not attempt to thank you, for I feel the utter incompetency of words to express my feelings. Do not, however, look miserable, Arthur," continued he, addressing the unfortunate general, "for I do not blame you. It was my fault for putting you in a situation you were not competent to fill. For the future, you and Edric shall change places, and then I trust, whilst I have still the pleasure of employing my friends, the interests of the state will not suffer." A page now appeared, bearing a riband, attached to which were fastened some glittering crosses. "It is well," said Roderick, taking the riband in his hand. "Edric," continued he, "I hope you will oblige your friend by accepting these splendid baubles from his hand. They can confer no additional honor upon you in his sight, but they may aid in establishing your authority amongst the soldiers you in future will command, who regard these trinkets with respect." Edric gracefully bowed assent, and kneeling before the monarch, received his new honors with as much grace as Roderick bestowed them, the assembled officers and nobles pressing round, and offering their congratulations. Whatever they might say, however, no one present really felt a tenth part of the delight experienced by Dr. Entwerfen upon the occasion. His transport, indeed, quite defies description, for he danced, sang, jumped, nay, absolutely screamed with rapture, till at last, quite unable otherwise to give vent to the violence of his emotions, he sprang to the pillar of the tent, and clinging round it, embraced it with all his strength. All these antics had been slyly watched and enjoyed by Roderick, even through the circle that surrounded him. He lost sight of the doctor, however, when he darted away, and it was not till the officers and nobles dispersed, that the king discovered his learned friend, to his infinite amusement, still hugging the post. It has been already observed, that an unconquerable love of mischief mingled with the 1,000 good qualities that formed the composition of Roderick, and that he was continually getting into scrapes, and playing tricks upon all the unhappy personages who happened to fall in his way, though his invincible good humour, and a certain indescribable degree of the bon enfant peculiar to his character, rendered it quite impossible for anyone seriously to resent his pranks. It was not, indeed, in nature, for any human creature to be long angry with Roderick, and thus being certain of not giving lasting offence, whenever he was not positively engaged in war, the restless activity of his disposition made him frolic about like a spoiled and petted child, who, even at the very moment of his sins being forgiven, is entirely occupied in plotting some new exploit. Under these circumstances, it may be easily imagined what an infinite fund of amusement the confiding simplicity of Dr. Entwerfen had proved to Roderick, and innumerable had been the tricks he had played off upon him during their long and tedious sojourn in the Isle of Leon. The important events that had since occurred had, however, entirely occupied the monarch's attention, and the poor doctor had been suffered to enjoy a long respite, till this sudden view of his unabated enthusiasm presented an opportunity too tempting for the laughter-loving monarch to resist. Accordingly that evening, one of Roderick's pages, affecting an air of profound secrecy, presented the doctor with a mysterious bag, containing several small balls of dough, and a billet from the king, in which he informed the doctor, that these balls when boiled would be converted into a gunpowder of such amazing strength and efficacy, that 10 grains of it would be sufficient to blow up a whole city, and that having become possessed by accident of the invaluable secret of their composition, he wished to use them for the destruction of Seville, and not having in his whole camp so skilful an experimental philosopher as the doctor, he had determined to confide their preparation exclusively to his care. It is impossible for words to do justice to the importance that swelled in the breast of the doctor as he perused this epistle. He strutted, puffed himself out, and did his very utmost to look big, a feat he doubtless might have contrived to accomplish, had not nature perversely determined to counteract his endeavours, and confined his stature to about 4 feet 11. As it was, however, he certainly did make the most of himself, and being firmly resolved not to lose a single instant in putting the designs of the king into execution, he hastened to a vacant place between the camp and the city, where some cauldrons had been hastily erected for cooking the soldiers' food, and there commenced his operations. In the meantime, Roderick, who had no idea the doctor would be so expeditious in his movements, was busily engaged in superintending the removal of the wounded, and in giving orders of the assault which was to take place upon the following day. He had indeed much to do, for awfully heavy is the responsibility of a general who is not entirely divested of feeling for his men, and the heart of Roderick, though a mistaken thirst for glory had made him a conqueror, was kind and generous, nay even tender in the extreme. Urged by his compassion, he thus could not rest satisfied, after the more arduous labours of the day were over, without visiting himself the hospitals of the sick. He saw their wounds dressed, and tried to soften their pains, whilst he spoke kindly to them, and praised their valour. Thus employed, as he passed from tent to tent, the eyes of his soldiers beamed with rapture at his approach, and even in the agonies of death, they raised their feeble voices to call down blessings upon his head. Alexis followed his master in this excursion, and his fine eyes sparkled with pleasure as they followed the godlike form of Roderick through the crowd. The monarch, indeed, himself, started with amazement as, turning suddenly, he accidentally met their gaze. "This page," said he to Edric, who happened to be near, "possesses a glance of fire. I really never saw more expressive features." "It is often the case," returned Edric calmly, as he assisted one of the surgeons to bind the arm of a wounded soldier. The dumb frequently employ gestures to make themselves understood, and their features insensibly become more expressive from the muscles being more frequently brought into play. "You fought like a hero, my brave fellow," said Roderick to the poor man Edric had been assisting. "I hope your hurt is not serious." "And if it were through my heart," said the man, "it's no more than I'd be proud to bear for your majesty, any day of my life." "Oh, these Irish," sighed an old Andalusian soldier, who lay near, and happened to understand them. "They are brave as lions in the field, but gentle as doves when they are in a chamber." "Have your wants also been attended to?" asked Roderick. "Yes, God bless your majesty," returned the soldier. "If the devil does help you when you are fighting, I am sure it is God's own spirit makes you so good to your soldiers afterwards." "If the devil helped me today," said Roderick, laughing, "I am sure I am very much obliged to his satanic majesty, for I never was in greater peril." "Do not look so grave, Edric, you know I am only joking, and that whatever my tongue may say, my heart only feels gratitude where it is really due," and as he spoke, he devoutly crossed himself. "I know," said Edric gravely, "that your heart is infinitely better than your head." "The fault of my countrymen," cried Roderick, again smiling, "or rather the fault of nature, for they, poor souls, can't help it. Our imaginations are so vivid that, like a restive horse, they are apt to take the bit in their teeth and gallop away at full speed, in spite of all that the sage Dame Reason, who still keeps uselessly pulling the rein, can do to prevent them." As soon as the more important duties of his station were fulfilled, Roderick intended paying a visit to Dr. Entwerfen, to discover what effect had been produced upon the doctor's mind by his treacherous letter, but Edric proposing that they should see the fair Swiss, as common politeness required they should inquire after her arm, the poor doctor was driven entirely from his thoughts. A separate tent had been pitched for the reception of M. de Mallet and his daughter, and when our friends entered it, they found that worthy gentleman quite recovered, and his lovely daughter reclining upon a kind of couch, and looking more beautiful than ever. Her angelic features had, it is true, lost the animation they before expressed, but their present languor made them infinitely more interesting than their former energy. Softness was indeed the characteristic of Pauline's beauty. Her figure, though slight and sylphic, was yet round and full enough to please a voluptuary. Her complexion was exquisitely fair, but a beautiful rosy tint glowed on her cheeks, whilst her clear blue eyes and golden hair gave her the look of a seraph, and when she raised those bright blue eyes in gratitude to Edric, her look sank deep into his soul, and he thought he had never before seen beauty. Such was Pauline, and when she spoke, Edric, as he listened in rapture to the soft melting tones of her melodious voice, felt he could no longer resist, but yielded up his heart a willing captive to her charms. Yes, the calm, the reasoning, the philosophic Edric was actually in love. He, who had so despised and ridiculed the passion, and who had affected to doubt its very existence, was now become one of its most devoted victims. Roderick was almost as much charmed as Edric with the beauty of Pauline, and as the circumstance that had at first introduced her to their notice formed so striking a contrast to the softness and delicacy of her present appearance, that it was scarcely possible to suppose her the same person, a feeling of curiosity mingled with the interest she excited. When our friends entered the room, M. de Mallet rose to receive them. "I know not how to thank you," said he, his voice almost stifled with emotion. "My own life was of little value, but for that of this dear child he could not proceed." Roderick took his offered hand. "My dear sir," cried he, "talk not of thanks. Edric and myself are but too well repaid in seeing you thus recovered, and I am sure we shall ever esteem the day when we were so fortunate as to be of service to you, as the happiest of our lives." "You are too good," exclaimed M. de Mallet, "too good," and he could no longer restrain his tears. Roderick was deeply affected. He could not bear to see an old man weep, and he again took M. de Mallet's hand, pressing it respectfully to his lips. "My dear sir," exclaimed he, "what I have as yet been able to do for you is nothing, but if you will return with me to Ireland, I may be able." Hush! My good friend, replied M. de Mallet, I do not doubt your kindness nor your power, but I have had too much of professions. My father, said Pauline, interposing her soft sweet voice, has suffered much. Forgive him if he seem ungrateful for your kindness, but repeated disappointments sour the spirit. We have seen much trouble, and her voice trembled as she spoke. Alas! If you have not been exempt from trouble, who shall dare complain? Exclaimed Edric, in a voice as soft and tremulous as her own. Pauline turned her beautiful eyes upon him. Pardon me, sir, said she, that I have not before thanked you. Be assured it has not been for want of feeling your kindness, but sometimes the heart is too full for utterance. Thanks from your lips, madam, returned Roderick, would be a reward for any service. Pauline blushed. You too, sir, were kindness itself, rejoined she. Think not I am insensible to your favours, but I am a bankrupt even in thanks. Alas! Fate destines us to incur continually obligations which we can never repay. A grateful heart is more than words, said her father, and in that, my child, I know, you will never be deficient, but to whom are we indebted for such kindness? I am the King of Ireland, said Roderick, smiling, surnamed the Devil's favourite here in Spain. Is it possible? Cried M. de Mallet. Do I, indeed, see the illustrious Roderick? And this, continued Roderick, without noticing his exclamation, is my friend, Mr. Montague, an Englishman, who, like many of his countrymen, not contented with enjoying every luxury at home, rambles into foreign climes, to grumble and find fault with everything he may chance to meet. Do not believe him, madam, cried Edric, my countrymen are fond of travelling, it is true, and may find fault occasionally with what they think deficient in a strange land, but I assure you, we travel from a desire of improving ourselves and acquiring knowledge, whilst we only find fault in the charitable hope that our censures may produce amendment. That is, supposing your censures are just, replied Roderick, but that we sometimes take the liberty to doubt. I think nothing more unreasonable than to censure customs merely because we are not used to them, said M. de Mallet. For my part, when I travel, I make up my mind to be satisfied with everything, as I think I have no right to quarrel with inconveniences I have sought myself. It would be well, rejoined Roderick, if all were of your opinion, and if those who cannot be contented abroad would try to rest contented at home. But you speak as though you had travelled, and I think your daughter mentioned yesterday that you were strangers in Spain. We are Swiss, replied M. de Mallet. My name is de Mallet, a name which you may have heard as belonging to a champion of liberty. Powerless as my efforts have been, I was that champion, and the reward of my labours is poverty and disgrace in a foreign land. But surely, said Roderick, the Spaniards as a nation of freemen would receive a martyr for liberty with open arms, and would treat him as a brother. Yes, yes, replied M. de Mallet bitterly, I have had a tolerable specimen of their fraternal affection. They received me with protestations, fed me with delusive promises, and then left me to perish miserably. Not designedly, my dear father, said Pauline, I cannot suppose they left us to perish designedly. Oh, no, cried Roderick, that must have been impossible, tigers must have been moved to pity by that voice. They never could have intended to leave you to perish. Sire, replied M. de Mallet gravely, you forget my daughter and I are but plain simple Swiss, we are unused to flattery and to the language of courts, do not then address expressions to us above our comprehension, which may lead us to forget the distance fortune has placed between us. Speak not of the difference of rank, interrupted Roderick impatiently, beauty and merit, like that of your daughter, place her upon a level with a throne. Pardon me, sire, replied Pauline, blushing, and casting her eyes upon the ground, I am perfectly aware of the humility of my station. I am aware that I was not born to be a companion of kings and princes, nor have I any wish to exalt myself above the situation in which nature has placed me. My duty to my father led me to follow him to the Spanish court. It was the first that I had seen, and, forgive me, sire, if I say I sincerely hope it may be the last. But you must not judge of us by the Spaniards. I know it well, sire. Report has always spoken of the Irish hero as noble, generous, and kind. Even his enemies have done justice to his merits, and the fame of Roderick has spread to every corner of the globe. I know that he is incapable of treating my father as he has been treated by the directors of Spain, but I know also that he is so far superior to myself as to make his notice a condescension which I dare not flatter myself will continue, and of which I know myself perfectly undeserving. Edric's eyes expressed his admiration, and Pauline's glowing cheeks proved she saw and understood their meaning. Roderick, however, was not quite so well pleased. He felt himself rebuked, and Roderick did not like to feel himself in the wrong. "You are too modest," said he, then turning to Edric. "Edric," continued he, "have you any idea what is become of Dr. Entwerfen?" Then again addressing himself to Pauline, he added, "Apropos, you will be very much amused with the learned doctor, Mademoiselle de Mallet, but I give you fair notice before you see him, that you must not laugh at him before his face, for Edric is as tenacious of the feelings of his tutor as of his own." Pauline's eyes expressed her approbation of Edric's delicacy upon this point, and, as they met his, they conveyed more pleasure to his heart than language could express. From this moment, Pauline and Edric seemed to understand each other, for they felt there was a community of feeling between them. The mute intelligence of the eye sometimes says more than whole years of commonplace intercourse, and thus Pauline and Edric felt like old friends, though they had scarcely exchanged half a dozen sentences. "Was not that the gentleman that relieved me from my swoon?" asked M. de Mallet. Before Roderick had time to answer, an officer rushed into the room, looking the very image of despair, and, approaching Roderick, bent his knee before him. "What is the matter?" cried the monarch sternly. "Speak. If you have committed a fault, you have less to fear from my justice than my mercy, for misplaced lenity only encourages crime." "Pardon, sire," exclaimed the officer, still kneeling, but. "Speak, no evasion." "Your Majesty commanded that we should watch that no harm happen to Dr. Entwerfen, and he has been taken by the enemy." "Fool! Dolt! Blockhead!" cried Roderick, and, taking leave of M. de Mallet and his daughter, he and Edric hastily quitted the tent. The balls the Irish king had given the doctor were simply formed of dough, the same as that used in the making of bread, with only the addition of a little bit of quicksilver rolled up in the center of each. This, the merry monarch knew, as soon as it was exposed to the action of heat, would make the dumplings dance about, as though they were bewitched, and he anticipated great amusement from seeing the doctor's exertions to keep them in the pot, and his despair at not being able to do so. To prevent the possibility of mischief, however, he had desired a select guard to keep watch over the unfortunate philosopher, and never to lose sight of him, taking care to prevent, if possible, his being exposed to any danger. These fellows, however, did not perform their duty, and it was to their negligence that the unhappy fate of the doctor was owing. The moment the doctor had received the fatal balls, he hastened to the cauldron, and, hastily kindling a fire, began to try the experiment. The balls more than answered Roderick's expectations, for, as soon as they were affected by the heat, they began to jump out of the pot, one after the other, with the most determined perseverance. The doctor was in a violent heat from being exposed to the steam of the cauldron, and he threw off his coat to cool himself. His wig also slipped off, in his exertions to recover the provoking balls, he being obliged to skip after them with the utmost agility as they rolled bounding along, and no sooner had he caught one and put it back into the pot, than another would jump out and begin a new set of vagaries. The doctor, though tired and provoked, did not however relax his labors even for an instant, and he was running, panting and out of breath, after one of these mercurial harlequins, when he was stopped by a rough arm, whilst a man in a gruff voice demanded what he was doing there. The doctor looked up, and finding with horror that he was surrounded by 8 or 10 armed Spaniards, answered, in trembling accents, that he was making gunpowder. "Gunpowder!" exclaimed one of the men. But what were you doing with those balls? I was boiling them, replied the doctor, with great awe. You seem to be playing with them, I think, resumed the man. Were you running after them to make gunpowder? Yes, they wouldn't stay in the pot, and I was obliged to run after them, to catch them. The soldiers burst into a hoarse laugh at this naive reply, and their merriment offered a ridiculous contrast to the doctor's woeful visage. They now prepared to retire, dragging the doctor with them, totally heedless of his supplications for pardon and declarations of innocence. They declared him to be a spy, and swore that they would hang him as such as soon as they should get within the town. The soldiers who were appointed to guard the doctor, and who, by indulging in a comfortable game at piquet, had neglected their charge, now came up, and, dismayed at seeing the doctor in custody of a force too considerable for them to engage with, fled to inform their sovereign, trembling, however, all the time at the consequences of their disobedience. When Roderick and Edric reached the plain, the group of soldiers, with the poor doctor in the midst of them, were just entering one of the gates of the town through which they had made their sally. The rays of the setting sun fell full upon the poor doctor's bald head and shining face, and these, and his white shirt sleeves, as he raised his hands in a supplicating manner towards heaven, made him a conspicuous object even at a distance, till he was hidden from the sight of his friends by the heavy gates closing upon him. Roderick and Edric were in despair at the loss of their favourite, and to see him dragged away so barbarously, without having the power to assist him, was enough to try the philosophy of a Stoic. It was no wonder, therefore, that it was too much for the patience of the Irish hero, who had rarely known disappointment or control. He raved, stamped, and, unable to contain his rage, ordered an instant attack of the place. The enemy, imagining the Irish too much fatigued with the battle they had just fought, to assault the town that night, were far from expecting an attack, but, encouraged by the successful opposition they had before made, they received the assault with firmness, and repulsed it with vigor. The cannon roared with tremendous fury on both sides, and whole columns of men were swept away as grass falls before the scythe. The impatience of Roderick increased every moment, and the discharge from a petard having set fire to the wooden bulwarks of the town, he threw himself upon the blazing breach, sword in hand, heedless of the crackling timbers and fast-spreading flames, whilst Edric and some of his most devoted soldiers followed him, and they were all soon warmly engaged with the Spaniards who opposed their entrance upon the walls. A loud shout from below, however, soon engaged their attention. The besieged had made a sortie by means of the covered way, and Edric and his royal friend, finding their retreat would be cut off if they stayed, were reluctantly compelled to retire with their followers. Roderick, indeed, was struck down by a Spanish soldier, whilst in the act of leaping from the walls. The soldier, seeing the effect he had produced, was about to repeat his blow, and the Irish hero must have perished before he could have recovered himself, if Edric had not interposed, and received the gash instead of his friend. Then instantly turning round, he cut down the soldier. In the meantime, Roderick had revived, and he and Edric fought their way back to the rest of the army. It was now getting quite dark, and the besieged falling back within the town, the army of the Irish monarch returned once more to their camp. "How provoking," cried Roderick, the moment they entered his tent, taking off his helmet, and giving it to Alexis the Greek page. "I shall never be happy again, if they hurt the doctor. Take my sword also, Alexis, but what is the matter with the boy? Methinks he looks wondrous pale. Does he not, Edric?" Then turning to Edric, he was excessively shocked at the change in his appearance. It has been before stated, that Edric received the blow the Spanish soldier intended for Roderick. The wound had bled profusely, but the blood having congealed, the flow had stopped, and Edric, aided by his own courage, presence of mind, and firmness, had been enabled to sustain himself till he had reached the tent. Now, however, that the necessity for exertion had ceased, his pallid looks and ghastly countenance bespoke what he had suffered. He had received one horrid gash upon the temple, and the coagulated blood upon his face and hair contrasted frightfully with the whiteness of the rest of his face. In fact, he looked like the ghost of some poor murdered wretch appearing to implore vengeance upon his destroyer. He had seated himself at a table, resting his arms upon it, and supporting his head with his hands. He attempted to smile in answer to Roderick's inquiries, but the effort was too much for his already exhausted strength, and his head fell heavily upon the table. Roderick flew to support him, and dispatched Alexis for a surgeon. "My dear Edric," cried he, "speak to me. For God's sake, speak to me. Do not let me think that I have destroyed my friend. Oh, Edric, 'tis Roderick calls. Speak. Speak, for God's sake, speak." Edric was, however, incapable of speaking, and the torture of the Irish king, when he found his friend could not answer him, was beyond description. "My beloved Edric," exclaimed he, wringing his hands in an agony of grief, "I implore you to answer me. Alas! He cannot, he is no more. Curses on my folly! I might have been blessed and happy, but, in pursuit of the phantom glory, I have sacrificed all I ever loved on earth. Oh! Would to God that I had never visited Spain!" A heavy groan behind him startled Roderick as he finished speaking, and turning round he beheld Alexis, who had now returned with the surgeon. The boy's appearance was singular. His complexion was usually a clear dark brown, with a rich glow of color, and remarkably full rosy lips. Now the deep color on his cheeks remained unfaded, but his lips had assumed a ghastly livid hue, his limbs trembled with agitation, and a dark mysterious expression seemed to sit upon his features. Roderick looked at him with amazement and almost horror, as strange suspicions arose in his mind respecting him. Before the Irish army had left Cadiz, it had been whispered that the Duke of Medina Salina's claim to the throne was at least equal to that of the prince whom Roderick was fighting to establish. The Duke, indeed, had many partisans, but his age and blindness enfeebled their efforts. An express from Cadiz had just brought intelligence that the Duke was dead, and as Zoe was his sole heiress, this extraordinary agitation in her page looked at least suspicious. "I must beware of him," thought Roderick, regarding him attentively, "for as Zoe knows that, notwithstanding my obligations to her, I shall never permit any monarch to reign in Spain but Don Pedro whilst I live, my life will be the first sacrifice required in her cause." Thus mused Roderick, though it was but for an instant, that even the dread of personal danger could divert his thoughts from his friend. The surgeon, when he probed Edric's wounds, however, declared to the great joy of the king that they were not dangerous, and that he had only fainted from loss of blood. He was now placed upon a couch in the same tent with that of the king, and Roderick, soon after stretching his fur mantle under him, threw himself upon his bed, if not to sleep, at least to muse upon the eventful occurrences of the day. In the meantime, Dr. Entwerfen was forcibly dragged by the Spanish soldiers towards a kind of town hall, in one of the principal squares of Seville, where, on a platform or dais, raised a little above the floor, sate the sapient magistrates of the town. When the prisoner was brought before them, they all put on their spectacles and surveyed him attentively, examining his bald head with the most scrupulous exactness. "Here is the lump of a spy," said one. "And here that of a rogue," rejoined another. "Yes, the organs of observation and self-appropriation," resumed the first, "are strongly developed. That head is enough to hang an angel." "Alas! Alas!" cried the poor doctor, "would to heaven that I had not lost my wig." "It would have been of no avail, if you had retained it," said one of the judges gravely, "as it would have been forcibly removed, and even if you had worn your own hair, you must have had your head shaved, for, knowing the general corruption and inaccuracy of witnesses, the judges of this enlightened court reject verbal testimony altogether, and form their correct and infallible judgments upon the sure and undeviating basis of that most profound and useful of all sciences, craniology." "Unhappy are the prisoners judged by so wise a rule," said another. "Yes," rejoined a third, "for, though the minds of men are weak, and their judgments liable to err, the broad and general principles of science must ever remain unchangeably the same." In this manner they went on, whilst the poor doctor, looking ruefully from one to another, as they severally pronounced their opinions, stood the very image of despair. "Let us question him," resumed the first magistrate. "What were you doing when you were taken?" "I was making gunpowder," sighed Dr. Entwerfen. "The wretch!" exclaimed all his judges together. "He acknowledges he was manufacturing weapons for our destruction." "And how were you making this gunpowder?" resumed the judge. "I was boiling it," moaned the doctor. "Boiling it!" exclaimed the judges. "What a villain!" and they all shook their wise heads in concert. The poor doctor could not bear this, and throwing himself upon his knees begged stoutly for mercy. "In my opinion," said one, "we should be guilty of a crime in letting him escape." "I think so too," cried another. "I would not have such a sin upon my conscience for the world," exclaimed a third. Whilst the unfortunate doctor, reading his condemnation in their countenances, groaned aloud in the agony of his spirit. At this moment, the deep awful roar of a cannon was heard, and Dr. Entwerfen leaped from his knees. "Thank God! Thank God!" cried he, strutting up and down, and wiping his forehead with his pocket handkerchief, as the continued roar of the cannon rolled awfully along, rebounding from house to house, and shaking the very court in which they stood. The magistrates looked aghast, whilst their pallid lips and trembling limbs told that, however great they might be in the council, their courage was not particularly conspicuous in the field. The doctor, in the meantime, kept ejaculating, "I'm safe! I'm safe! See what a thing it is to have a friend for a sovereign. No, no! What did I say? A sovereign for a friend, I mean. That's it! That's it!" Thus did the doctor exult, whilst the citizens crowded round their chiefs, begging for directions, and not knowing whither to fly for safety. In this dilemma, the exclamations of the doctor attracted their attention, and, enraged to see him rejoice at their misery, the magistrates ordered him to prison, whilst they consulted as to what steps it was most advisable to take. The poor doctor's joy was thus quickly changed to grief, and he lamented loudly his foolish transports of delight, without which, he might perhaps have passed unnoticed in the crowd. It was too late, however, for repentance. The command had gone forth, and the unfortunate doctor was dragged away to a loathsome dungeon. The assault was, as we have seen, repulsed, and it being too late, when it was over, to think of hanging Dr. Entwerfen that night, the magistrates retired to their beds, determined to have him executed the first thing in the morning. All was now still. The plain between the camp and the city, which had so lately echoed with the heavy tramp of horses and human beings, now slept tranquilly in the moonlight, undisturbed, save by the groans of some expiring wretch, or by the busy labours of those employed to remove the dead and relieve the wounded. Roderick had thrown himself upon his couch, and dozed, but in a disturbed slumber, whilst Alexis, placed at a table, was writing dispatches from the dictation of Don Alvarez de Rapada, who had returned from the pursuit, and sate opposite to him, whilst Lord Arthur O'Neill nodded at his side, and Edric lay reclined on another couch, at a little distance, near the opening of the tent. All was silent, save the whispered voice of the Spanish general, the heavy breathing of Lord Arthur, and the measured steps of the sentinel, as he paced his weary round. Edric listened till he grew tired of the same sounds falling uninterruptedly upon his ear, and turning on his couch, tried to divert his attention by gazing upon the objects before him. The strong light from the lamp placed upon the table fell upon the fine features of Alexis, as he looked up to the Spaniard, and Edric thought, as he gazed upon them, that he had certainly seen those features before, though where he could not remember, and fatigued with the effort of trying to recollect, he turned to survey the noble Roderick, as he lay gracefully stretched upon his couch. One arm was raised above his pillow, and the other fell carelessly by his side, whilst the fine contour of his head and neck was fully displayed, the rich, thick, glossy curls that generally hid his forehead being thrown back. His coral lips were half open, and his long black eyelashes fringed his closed eyelids, whilst his dark whiskers and mustachios, with the rich brown tint that glowed upon his cheek, contrasted finely with the whiteness of his throat. "God bless him," thought Edric, "and send him all the happiness he deserves." And then, seeming fearful to disturb him, he looked again towards the town. The curtain of the tent was partly looped up, and Edric watched, with interest, the lights of those still employed in their several duties of burying the dead, and relieving the wounded. The figures of the persons engaged in these painful duties were frequently imperceptible, and the lights gliding to and fro, apparently without any human means, looked like ignis fatui, or an assemblage of ghosts at their infernal revels. Edric sighed as he surveyed them, and, his thoughts flew back, he knew not by what connection of ideas, to his native land. He thought of his father, his brother, of the good old Duke of Cornwall, of Rosabella and Elvira, till, one by one, the lights appeared to die away, the images that floated before his fancy became gradually fainter and fainter, his thoughts more confused, the scene before him faded rapidly from his sight, and, in short, he was fast sinking into repose, when he was roused by a slight sound, and looking up, saw the Spanish general and the Greek page standing by his bedside. Edric roused himself immediately, though he still pretended to slumber. The recollection of all he had heard respecting the Duke of Medina, Pedro, and the Princess Zoe, mingled with the suspicions that had been breathed of the mysterious page, flashed across his mind, and effectually destroyed all inclination to sleeping. Indeed, a cold shudder ran through his frame, as he remembered, with horror, that if anything were designed against Roderick, the first step of the conspirators would be to destroy him, from his known devotion to the Irish monarch, and that, in his present enfeebled state, he was quite incapable of resistance. His blood seemed to run more feebly through his veins, and he panted for breath, whilst he listened attentively, and heard the Spanish general whisper, "He sleeps, but not soundly enough for our purpose." An icy thrill seemed to chill Edric's heart, and involuntarily he heaved a deep sigh. The supposed conspirators started, and retired. Edric, now completely roused from his slumber, gazed after them, as, with creeping, stealthy steps, they glided across the plain. Astonished at what he had seen and heard, Edric lay lost in bewildering speculations, but soon a new object caught his attention. Thick, black, pointed columns of smoke arose from the town through which, first a red glow, and afterwards sparks, appeared at intervals. At first Edric could not imagine what it was, he rubbed his eyes, and almost fancied it was a display of fireworks, but, presently, long spiral columns of flame burst through the smoke, and, uniting in one immense body of fire, rose up to heaven, and seemed to swallow up the devoted city. The moment the flames broke forth, Alexis and the Spanish general hurried back to the tent, and Roderick sprang from his couch, when he heard their hurried footsteps. "What is the matter?" cried he, rubbing his eyes, and half blinded by the sudden glare of light. "The city is on fire!" exclaimed 1,000 voices at once, and Roderick rushed forth upon the plain. The air felt hot and scorching. "Save them! Save the inhabitants!" cried Roderick. "Promise them quarter, peace. Anything to save them. Let all the soldiers fetch water from the river. I will have no plunder. He dies who touches an article belonging to the town, or injures a single creature escaping from it. Let us fight like men. It is beneath us to take advantage of misfortune." The orders of Roderick were as promptly obeyed as given, the monarch himself leading the way to the town, and assisting in endeavoring to quench the flames. The gates were thrown open, and men, women, and children rushed forth half naked, and were received and supplied with food and shelter by the army of the Irish hero. The Irish adored their sovereign, his valor, his rashness, and his romantic generosity, won their hearts, and even his most discontented soldiers loved whilst they blamed him. Thus his rule was law, nay, there was something so noble in his orders, that his soldiers were proud of implicitly obeying them, and not the meanest slave of the camp would have presumed to violate them in the slightest instance. The flames had now caught some cotton mills on the river, which had been spared in the previous conflagration, and they burst forth in fresh volumes of fire, as the light materials they contained added fuel to the flames. The buildings in the town were mostly old, many of them wood, and some were large warehouses filled with the most combustible substances, which burnt with added fury as the long-pointed flames lapped them into their devouring vortex, curling round them, and wrapping them in columns of fire as they, one by one, fell victims to their rage. The town was now half destroyed, and the flames were fast approaching the citadel. The governors of the city had been roused from their beds, and had taken refuge, half naked, in the camp of Roderick, but the prisoners yet remained in the citadel, shut up, however, in dungeons below the surface of the earth. Roderick had anxiously inquired of every one for Dr. Entwerfen, and at last, to his infinite horror, he learnt he was in this fated citadel. He rushed forward in agony to save him, for he knew that the powder was kept there. He was aware, too, that the flames had already seized the fortress, long ere he could reach it. Indeed, a tremendous explosion took place. A vast burst of fire rushed forth, scattering red flaming furniture, bricks, pillars, and every kind of rubbish in all directions, and then all sank to comparative darkness. The fire seemed to have spent its fury in that last effort, and, though it still feebly crept along in a half-smothered flame, its violence was past. Dreadful, however, was the scene that now presented itself, for Seville was levelled with the dust. Black disfigured smoky ruins supplied the place of what had once been lofty towers and sumptuous palaces. The splendid cathedral, that had withstood the rage of centuries, was now no more, and human bodies lay in the streets, thrown in fearful heaps, some half-burnt, and others blackened and dried by the scorching fury of the flames. Roderick, however, stayed not to examine the effects of the fire. He rushed over heaps of yet hot ashes, and threw himself amongst the still smoking ruins of the citadel. A Spanish soldier, whom he had saved from destruction a few minutes before, was his guide, and, under his directions, Roderick hastened to the dungeons. He hurried from one to the other, releasing the unhappy wretches confined there, searching everywhere for the doctor, but in vain. At last he heard his well-known voice. The dungeon door was thick, but it could not resist the impatience of Roderick. He could not wait for the soldier to assist him to open it. He burst the fastenings asunder, and in an instant the poor doctor, sobbing with joy, was locked in the monarch's arms. Some of the soldiers of Roderick had followed him to the citadel, and he left it to them and the Spaniard to release the other prisoners, whilst he returned with his dear doctor in triumph back to the camp. Chapter 25. When Roderick and Dr. Entwerfen returned to the camp, they found Edric most impatiently awaiting their arrival. He was too much agitated to speak, and the worthy doctor found all his troubles amply repaid by the interest his friends took in his welfare. Whilst Dr. Entwerfen was employed in relating his adventures to Edric, Roderick was occupied by a task far more difficult and important than any he had yet undertaken, viz. that of organizing and of providing for the disorderly multitude that had thronged into his camp from the city. Their number was immense. Men, women, and children crowded round their deliverer, falling upon their knees, blessing him and kissing the edge of his garments. Roderick was affected even to tears. "For heaven's sake, my good friends," said he, "spare me. I have done but my duty. I have been but an humble instrument in the hands of Providence. Address your thanks to him. There they are due." Roderick, however, was quite aware it was not enough to have saved these people. He knew he must do something to provide them with food and lodging, and that if he did not, when the first moment of enthusiasm should be past, unpleasant scenes must inevitably take place. He accordingly made dispositions to this effect, with a prudence and sagacity that would have done credit to far more advanced years. Temporary huts were erected, till the streets of Seville could be cleared of the ruins that encumbered them, and the houses in some measure repaired. Shelter for the inhabitants being thus provided, Roderick harangued the magistrates, directing them to take the people under their direction. These sapient ministers of justice gladly gave him possession of the town, which Roderick was too generous to assume without their permission, and acknowledged themselves and the garrison prisoners of war. The peasants, when they found the kindness with which the citizens had been treated, flocked in with provisions, and the camp of the Irish monarch soon resembled an immense fair. Alexis had followed his master during the whole of these arrangements, and had frequently sighed deeply as they proceeded. "What is the matter with the boy?" said Roderick in one of these moments. I cannot imagine why he looks so melancholy." The boy enthusiastically clasped his hands together, looking up to heaven, as though murmuring an inward prayer. "What can this mean?" exclaimed Roderick with astonishment. The boy took his master's hand, pressing it first to his lips, and then vehemently to his heart, and knelt before him, reverentially bending his forehead to the earth. The next moment, however, officers entering for directions, the attention of Roderick was diverted and Alexis forgotten. In the meantime, de Mallet and his daughter, who had been exceedingly agitated by the events of the day, thought not of repose, but sat in the tent prepared for them, conversing upon the merits of their deliverers. "I never saw a finer countenance," said de Mallet, "so noble, so animated, and yet so good." "Good indeed," ejaculated his daughter. "Surely if we could believe a superior spirit would ever descend upon earth, such would be the form he would assume." "How kindly he spoke, and how considerately," exclaimed the father. "How attentive he seemed, and how delicate," rejoined the daughter. "Such a majestic figure! Such a graceful manner! It is so rare to find such condescension in so great a monarch." "Monarch," cried Pauline, "were you speaking of Roderick, father?" "And of whom were you speaking, child?" returned her father, turning quickly round, and fixing his eyes upon her. Of Mr. Montague, father," replied Pauline, casting down her eyes and deeply blushing. "Pauline," said de Mallet. She started at the sound of her father's voice, and looked timidly up in his face. "Pauline," repeated he, "my dear child, beware." At this moment a roar of cannon shook the tent, the sound echoed by the walls of the town, and leaping from hill to hill in lengthened peals, Pauline sunk upon her knees, hiding her face in her father's lap. "My child! My beloved child!" cried de Mallet, bending over her as though to shield her from danger. "Heaven defend thee!" In this painful situation, the father and daughter continued till the cannonading ceased. All was now still, and awful was the calm that succeeded such a tumult. Pauline raised her head, and looked fearfully around. "Come, my child," said her father, "let us endeavor to ascertain who are victors." Pauline rose from her knees, and, leaning upon her father's arm, accompanied him to the opening of the tent, but she shrunk back, shuddering at the horrid scene that presented itself. Their tent was situated at the extreme edge of the camp, and commanded a view of the whole field of battle where the combat of the morning had taken place. The plain that stretched to their left lay covered with the bodies of the dying and the dead, whilst a multitude of horses broken loose, galloped over the field, plunging, snorting, and crushing beneath their hoofs the bodies of their fallen riders. In some places, the branches of half-broken trees strewed the ground, whilst their mutilated trunks, perforated with shot, remained as melancholy relics of their former beauty. Swords and helmets, mingled with overturned wagons and military utensils of all kinds, were scattered in wild disorder around. The earth, ploughed up by the cannon balls in deep furrows, save where the ridges had been beaten flat by the feet of the combatants, looked wild and uneven as the waves of the mighty ocean arrested in the moment of tempest. Blood lay in pools upon the ground, and clotted gore, mingled horribly with remnants of human bones and brains, hung to the still-standing bushes, disfiguring the fair face of nature. Pauline shuddered, and turned eagerly to the other side of the landscape, which commanded a view of the town. Here still, however, she found nothing but death and war. It was the moment when the explosion of the petard set fire to the wooden bulwark, and Roderick and Edric leaped through the flames upon the beach. The bright glare of the blazing bulwarks relieved strongly their dark figures, and Pauline distinctly saw and recognized them for a moment, though the next they were lost in a cloud of smoke. She screamed, and grasped her father's arm in convulsive agony. De Mallet was scarcely less agitated than herself, and, as the smoke cleared away, they saw distinctly through its flaming volumes, Roderick and Edric upon the breach, opposed by a crowd of Spaniards, and fighting with inveterate fury. "Roderick is on his knees," cried de Mallet. "But see! He rises suddenly, and plunges the Spaniard, who had raised his sword to cut him down, into the flames. Pauline did not speak, but she gasped for breath, and held her father's arm yet more tightly than before. Edric was now seen grappling hand to hand with a Spaniard, when the fire and smoke closed upon him and hid him from their view. The next instant, a tremendous crash was heard, and loud shouts, followed by a rush of men. It was the sortie of the besieged. "Oh, heavens!" cried Pauline, turning pale, and resting her head upon her father's shoulder. "War is a dreadful thing." "You are faint, my child," replied M. de Mallet. "This is no fitting scene for you. Shall we go in?" "Oh, no, no," cried Pauline feebly, "I cannot leave the spot. Hear shouts of Roderick. Roderick forever. Roderick and glory," rung in their ears. Pauline shuddered, a faint sickness crept over her, the scene seemed to swim before her eyes, and she would have fallen, but for the supporting arm of her father. At this moment, some soldiers, carrying a bier, passed at a little distance from the tent. Upon it lay the body of an officer, his head hung back, his long thick hair was matted with gore, and a ghastly wound gaped on his uncovered breast. Pauline could bear no more. She thought it was Edric, and she fell fainting into her father's arms. M. de Mallet bore her back into the tent, and as soon as she was sufficiently recovered to enable him to think of anything but herself, he dispatched one of the soldiers, appointed to attend them, to ascertain if the Irish monarch had escaped. The soldier did not return, and M. de Mallet, too impatient to remain in his tent, sallied forth to learn the news himself. Scarcely was he gone, however, when the soldier's wife, whom he had called to the assistance of Pauline, perceived the town was on fire. Pauline's agitation now became excessive, she trembled in every limb, and listened till the sense of hearing seemed agony. She could not comprehend the cause of the noise and bustle made by the citizens. As they came crowding into the camp, she looked forth, but the throng of half-naked men, women, and children, that came hurrying along, seemed inexplicable. She stopped a woman, who, half-dressed, had her clothes tucked up in one hand, whilst with the other she led two half-naked children. "What is the matter?" asked she. "Roderick," cried the woman bewildered in her grief. "God bless the noble Roderick." "Where are you going?" demanded Pauline of two young men, bearing between them a bed containing their sick father. "Roderick," shouted the pious Spaniards. "Heaven, in its mercy, bless Roderick." Pauline was proceeding in her inquiries, though without the smallest hope of receiving a direct reply, the hearts and minds of Spaniards being so full of Roderick, that no other name could find utterance from their lips, when she perceived her father. "My dearest father," cried she, running to him, "now I shall know all. What is the matter?" "Roderick, the noble Roderick is safe," repeated M. de Mallet. Pauline was chagrined. She longed to hear of Edric, and she envied, for his sake, the renown of the Irish hero. "Can you, too, speak of nothing but Roderick?" said she, somewhat reproachfully. "And of whom else should I speak?" replied her father. "Who else deserves to be spoken of? For surely he is the bravest, the noblest of men." "I do not doubt it," observed Pauline coldly. "Every tongue utters his praise, every breast swells with gratitude at his goodness, and every hand is raised to heaven in prayers on his behalf." "Have there been many persons killed?" asked Pauline. "How can you ask so foolish a question?" replied her father. "Do you not see the ground heaped with slain? But persons of note, I mean?" "Let me see, I think they said there were the generals H and M, and Counts L, P and T." "Oh," groaned Pauline, impatiently. "And besides, I think they say Mr. Montague is seriously wounded." "I feared so," sighed Pauline, "he is so brave." "Yes, everyone says he is brave, and implores blessings upon his name, for he saved the life of Roderick." Pauline's countenance had beamed with triumph at the commencement of this sentence, but it rather fell at the conclusion. She did not quite like her hero to owe his glory to anyone but himself. De Mallet continued, his bravery and nobleness of spirit were unequaled. Everyone praises him. There is certainly something very extraordinary in the character of the English. Their daring tempers and love of adventure lead them to quit peace and riches in their native country, to seek glory and distinction elsewhere. This Mr. Montague is really an exalted young man. Pauline's eyes flashed joy. She felt she loved her father better than ever. She could have embraced him as he spoke, for the praise of Edric sounded as the sweetest music in her ears. Strange that so slight an acquaintance should have produced so strong a passion. But such and so inexplicable is love. Pauline had now patience to hear the explanation of her father respecting Roderick. She even felt pleasure in the repetition of his exploits, for he was the friend of Edric, and she retired to rest, happy in herself, and contented with all the world, having been first assured by her father that the surgeon confidently expected Edric would soon recover. Pauline, however, would have been very much puzzled to explain the cause of the excessive contentment that she felt. The situation of herself and father was as hopeless as ever. They were still prisoners in a strange land, without fortune, without friends, but so little does happiness depend upon external circumstances, that the breast of Pauline seemed to have been a stranger to it till now. After arranging everything for the comfort of the refugees and his own soldiers, Roderick took a few hours of hurried repose. When he rose in the morning, he sent his compliments to de Mallet and his daughter to demand permission to wait upon them. This was instantly and gladly accorded, and in a few minutes the Irish hero was in their tent. "I condole with your Majesty upon the situation of your friend," said de Mallet, the moment he saw him. "I hope he is better." The monarch smiled. He forgave the abruptness of the question, in favor of the excellence of the motive, and he replied that Mr. Montague was fast recovering. "He regrets exceedingly," added he, "that it is not in his power to pay his devoir here," bowing to Pauline, "and well can I sympathize with him, as I know what he loses." Pauline inquired modestly the particulars of the combat. "Upon my word, madam," replied Roderick, "I know very little about it." "I thought your Majesty had been engaged." "That is the very reason. If I had not, the case might have been different, but as it was, I only just saw a great many people that tried to kill me, and a great many that I tried to kill, and the smoke hid all the rest." "A very satisfactory account of a battle, upon my word," cried de Mallet, smiling, "but other people saw more of your Majesty's acts than you did yourself, and they say, you performed prodigies of valor." "It is very kind of them to say so," said Roderick, "for I am sure it is more than they know." "Your Majesty's modesty wishes to throw a veil over your valor," observed Pauline, "but luckily it cannot be concealed." "Your praises, madam, would make any man a coxcomb," returned the monarch. "I own I have not the courage to refuse commendations from your lips." Pauline blushed. She fancied she had said too much, and now remained silent. "I cannot describe how much I admire your Majesty's leniency to the inhabitants of the city," said de Mallet. "It proves your benevolence is equal to your valor, though indeed it was sound policy to act as you have done, for by this you have conciliated the hearts of the Spaniards, whereas, if you had exercised any cruelty, they would have risen against you en masse. But this, I dare say, your Majesty considered." "Indeed," replied Roderick smiling, "my Majesty considered no such thing. I only thought as a man, I did not like to see my fellow creatures burnt to death, or poniarded if they attempted to escape. I should not have liked it at all, if I had been in a similar situation, and so I did all in my power to save them. That is all I know about the matter. But to change the subject, I have a great favor to beg of you, Mademoiselle de Mallet." "What is it?" asked Pauline. "Your Majesty has only to speak to be obeyed." "Oh! For heaven's sake do not talk of obedience, it is I who should obey. I only ask a favor, and that is, that you will permit me to bring Dr. Entwerfen to kneel at your feet and kiss your fair hand, in token of his homage." "I would not advise Pauline to let him kneel," said de Mallet laughing, "as I fear, if she does, there will be some difficulty in getting him up again. Your Majesty's commands, said Pauline. Do not talk of commands, interrupted Roderick, I hate the word. Your Majesty's wishes, then, continued Pauline smiling, shall be complied with. This evening, then, cried the gay monarch, the doctor shall make his appearance. Till then, adieu. Will your Majesty have the kindness to present my best wishes to Mr. Montague for his recovery, requested M. de Mallet. Certainly, replied Roderick, but am I to tell Edric that Mademoiselle de Mallet has no wishes for his welfare? I wish, I hope, that is, I think, stammered Pauline. My daughter means her sentiments are exactly similar to my own upon the subject, said M. de Mallet gravely, for he was not at all pleased with the interpretation he thought the king might put upon the embarrassment of his daughter. Very well, repeated Roderick provokingly, I shall tell Edric, that M. de Mallet and his daughter think exactly alike of him. That is it not? M. de Mallet was about to reply, when the king, nodding and waving his hand, bade them adieu, and hurried away. I don't know what to make of the Irish hero, said M. de Mallet, the moment he had left them. With all his good qualities, there is something very strange about him. I don't know what to make of him. Pauline sighed assent, though she did know what to make of him very well, for she fancied he saw, and ridiculed her partiality for Edric. This idea roused every spark of pride in her nature. She could not bear the thought of being supposed to give her love unsought, and she determined when she next saw Roderick to show by her coldness and indifference, when Edric was mentioned, how completely he had been deceived. When Roderick left the tent of M. de Mallet, he returned to Edric, whom he found pale and feeble. You are the happiest fellow in existence, Edric, said he. I would willingly give all my glory, and even my demoniacal renown, that the Spaniards talk so much about, to be able to call up such blushes to the cheek of beauty as your name can raise. Oh! If you had seen Pauline! By heaven! She is the loveliest creature I ever beheld in my life. As he spoke, Alexis, the Greek page, who had been crouching rather than sitting at the foot of Edric's couch, resting his head upon his hands, and looking absorbed in grief, uttered a faint cry, and rushed out of the tent. There is something very extraordinary about that boy, said Roderick, looking after him. There is, indeed, replied Edric, and I have something that I wish to communicate to you respecting him, and in a few words he related what had passed the preceding night in the tent. Impossible, cried Roderick, you must have been dreaming, Edric. What communication would the boy hold with Alvarez? You know he is dumb. Besides, even if Alvarez were inclined to plot against me, he is too prudent and reserved to make a confidant of a beardless boy. I simply relate the facts as they occurred, said Edric, I do not pretend to explain them. But I can assure you, I was neither dreaming nor delirious. It is very strange, repeated Roderick musing, and it corresponds remarkably with what I have observed myself. For some moments he remained lost in thought, but it was not in his gay and joyous nature to suffer anything to depress him long, and the next instant, Alexis was forgotten. The fall of Seville, and the destruction of the army sent to defend it, produced a powerful effect upon the destinies of Spain. The Cortes again sent ambassadors to negotiate with the Irish hero, but, taught by experience, he now received them haughtily, refusing to treat with them but as a conqueror, and to put his threats in execution he determined to advance immediately upon Madrid. We must follow up our victory, said he to Edric, after he had somewhat contemptuously dismissed the deputies from the shattered remnant of their allied army, who came to sue humbly at his feet for peace. These people are treacherous beyond description. They do not understand leniency, and they must be treated with sword in hand. I am thoroughly tired of them, their fickleness and uncertainty have quite disgusted me. I will therefore march to Madrid, establish Don Pedro as their sovereign, and take my leave of them forever. I am rejoiced to hear it, exclaimed Edric. You will then return to Ireland, and devote your time to your own subjects. I will try to satisfy them as well as I can, but as perfection cannot be expected all at once, you must not be surprised if someday I should fly off in a tangent, and take it into my head to colonize the moon." Edric laughed. "If you promise to wait till then," said he, "I shall be satisfied." "You may not find my project so wild as it appears," rejoined Roderick. "The moon is a very pretty, mild, modest-looking planet, and I must own I should like amazingly to see what kind of inhabitants she contains, and if I should determine to go there, here is a gentleman who I am sure will be quite ready to accompany me." Dr. Entwerfen entered the tent as he spoke. "Of what was your Majesty speaking?" asked he. "Of a voyage to the moon," said Roderick. "Will you go with me?" "With all my heart," cried the little doctor, rubbing his hands and looking all glee at the thought. "There, I told you so," said Roderick, laughing. "I should have thought the many adventures you have met with had cured your passion for traveling," rejoined Edric. "Cured him? Given him a zest for it, you mean," replied Roderick. "The appetite for traveling always grows with what it feeds upon, and though the doctor may boast that he has fair Seville seen, so is a traveller, I ween. Yet I do not doubt but that he is just as eager to explore new places as ever." "Yes," returned the doctor, "I certainly did see Seville. Every part of it, my dear fellow, from its palaces to its dungeons," resumed Roderick. "Nay, I believe you were very near being indulged with a view of its ropes." The doctor did not quite relish this raillery. "I can assure your Majesty—" "Apropos de bots," cried Roderick, interrupting him, "I had entirely forgotten I promised to introduce you to Mademoiselle de Mallet. We will go now. Will you accompany us, Edric? I am sorry to ask you to do anything so disagreeable, but I think it will be but decent to kiss hands, take leave, and all that sort of thing, before we set out for Madrid. Besides, it may be as well to make some kind of provision as to what is to become of them in our absence." "Then you will not take them with you," said Edric, despondingly. "Who ever heard of such a thing?" cried Roderick. "How could I possibly ask the lovely Pauline to endure the inconveniences of traveling with a camp? I really have not the assurance to attempt it." Edric sighed deeply, and his countenance assumed an expression of so much melancholy that Roderick laughed immoderately. "I could not have believed it possible," cried he, "that you could ever become such a sighing Strephon. The thing's incredible." "The pain of my wounds," said Edric, blushing, for even philosophers don't like to be laughed at. "The pain in your heart," repeated Roderick, mimicking him. "But, come. Come. I can pity you. I have been in love at least 50 times myself, so I know what it is." "But I am not in love," remonstrated Edric. "Denial is one of the most dangerous symptoms," resumed Roderick, gravely. "Experienced physicians rarely think their patients really ill, till they are not conscious of it themselves. Let me feel your pulse." "Pshaw," said Edric, impatiently. "Will you go then?" asked Roderick, laughing, and to avoid being farther tormented by his raillery, Edric hastily rose from his couch, and declared himself ready to attend him. The injuries he had received, having been only flesh wounds inflicted with a saber, had now nearly healed, and the only change they had produced in his appearance, had been to make him look more pale and interesting, one arm being supported by a sling, and a bandeau bound round his forehead. Pauline's eyes sparkled when she saw him, in spite of her intended indifference, and she could not command her voice so entirely, but that its tremulous tone betrayed her inward agitation. Edric's eyes also involuntarily expressed his pleasure, whilst the gay laugh and arch look of Roderick told that he was perfectly aware of what was passing in the mind of each. Dr. Entwerfen, however, saw nothing of the kind, his mind being quite absorbed in the delightful contemplation of his own glory. He had been presented to M. de Mallet by Roderick, as his friend and counsellor, the learned and justly celebrated Dr. Entwerfen, and that moment seemed a sufficient reward for a whole life of misery, the doctor's ecstasy upon the occasion being so unbounded, that he neither knew what he did nor what he said. Whilst Roderick had been speaking, indeed, he had been in perfect agony, stretching himself out on tiptoe, opening his hands and closing them again with every sentence, as though bursting with impatience to speak, that he might by his eloquence confirm the monarch's eulogium, yet trembling every instant lest he should interrupt it. De Mallet had been a dabbler in scientific experiments in his youth, and, pleased to find a person who could talk to him, and understand his ideas upon the subject, he soon drew the doctor on one side, leaving his younger friends to be entertained by his daughter. "I am glad, very glad, to see you so soon recovered," said Pauline, addressing Edric in a gentle tone. "I feared, that is, my father feared, your wounds were more serious." "You see, Edric," cried Roderick archly, "it is as I said, Mademoiselle de Mallet feels for you exactly the same interest as her father does." "I should be flattered by exciting any interest in so gentle a bosom," sighed Edric, looking at her tenderly. Pauline sighed too involuntarily, but remained silent. "Do you then feel no interest in my behalf?" continued Edric, "not even the cold, chilling feeling sanctioned by your father?" "Oh! Call not the interest my father feels for you cold or chilling," exclaimed Pauline with energy. "I am sure, that is, I think," and here, fearing she had said too much, she stopped abruptly, totally unable to proceed. "Oh, go on," exclaimed Edric, gazing earnestly upon her blushing face. "Go on, I could listen to you forever." Pauline trembled, blushed, and hesitated. I think I had better go to my father," stammered she after a short pause. Roderick smiled. "By all means," said he. "Don't you think so, Edric?" Edric did not reply, for in fact he did not hear the question, whilst poor Pauline's agitation increased, and her colour changed rapidly every moment. She dreaded Roderick's raillery, and trembled so violently that she could scarcely stand. At this moment her father returned. He looked at his daughter with some surprise, and then, turning to his guests, he apologized for her abstraction. "My daughter is unused to camps," said he, "and the scenes she has lately gone through have been too much for her nerves." "She will now have an opportunity of recovering herself," replied Roderick. "My army will move forward tomorrow, and if you will accept the post, I will leave you governor of this city, with a sufficient garrison to keep it on my behalf." Pauline turned deathly pale as he spoke, and every hope of happiness seemed to fly from her breast forever. De Mallet, however, was not at all aware of his daughter's anguish, and, thanking the king gratefully for the high honor conferred upon him, his fancy began to revel by anticipation in the delights of governorship, and in 10 minutes he had arranged in his mind as many improvements and alterations as it would take 50 years to accomplish. "Farewell," continued Roderick, "I trust we shall meet again, if not here, at least in another and a better world. Permit me, lady," continued he, slightly touching with his lips the pallid cheek of Pauline. "Tomorrow with the dawn we advance, and we have so much to do ere then, that we must deny ourselves the pleasure of again enjoying your society. Farewell, Governor, you will find the necessary papers to install you here," giving him a packet, "and the soldiers have orders to obey you as myself. Come, Edric." Edric advanced, and bowing, took the hand of Pauline and pressed it respectfully to his lips. His heart was too full to speak. Pauline could scarcely restrain her tears, and shaking hands with the doctor, she hastily retired to a part of the tent enclosed for her use. "My daughter is not well," said de Mallet. "These scenes of blood and war are too much for her nerves, but she will soon recover when you have left us." "I doubt that," murmured Roderick in a half-whisper, and soon after the friends retired. Edric was not insensible to Pauline's emotion, and as he more than suspected the cause, a pleasure, unknown before, throbbed in his bosom. His eyes sparkled, and his whole appearance presented so complete a contrast to his usual depression, that Roderick could not resist the temptation of again rallying him most unmercifully upon it. "Talk of medicine," cried he, "there is no elixir like the magic of a pair of bright eyes. All the physicians in my camp can effect nothing like it. Nay, you need not blush so, Edric. I did not imagine you were so far gone as that. I do not blush, that I am aware of, returned Edric, somewhat peevishly, for he did not relish being teased. At least, I am sure I have no occasion for blushing. Well, then, don't look so like a bashful maiden, disavowing her first attachment, with a pa. How can you think so? I did not suppose you were capable of such affectation. I am not aware that I have been guilty of any. Come, then, own the truth candidly, you love Mademoiselle de Mallet. How can you think so? Replied Edric, blushing deeply in spite of his efforts to look composed. You are indifferent to her, then? Dear me, I had no idea of it. I never was more completely deceived in my life. Well, if that's the case, I will resume my first design of trying my own fortune. How can you be so provoking? Why, it is very hard, if you are not in love with her yourself, that you should wish to prevent everyone else from being so. Your Majesty's rank, I should think, would prevent your even thinking of Mademoiselle de Mallet. Why should my rank prevent the possibility of my being happy? Your Majesty's rank prevents the possibility of your marrying Pauline, and I should hope you would not dare to entertain dishonorable views respecting her. Dare? Dishonor? Do you remember whom you are speaking to, Edric? Perfectly, for I have not forgotten Roderick, though he appears to have forgotten himself. Edric? But I won't be angry with you. When people are in love, they never mean what they say. In fact, they very seldom know what they are talking about. I remember once when I was in love myself. Alexis, who had waited at the entrance of the tent during the visit his master had paid to M. de Mallet, and was now following them, sighed heavily at this remark. Roderick heard him. What is the matter with the boy? Said he. Were you ever in love, Alexis? The page sighed yet more deeply than before, and, crossing his arms upon his breast, bent his head in token of assent. It is to be much lamented you cannot tell us all about it, continued Roderick, for you could never choose a more fitting moment for such a tale, as you may depend upon the sympathy of Mr. Montague, even if I should be so barbarous as to refuse you mine. We pity faults to which we feel inclined, and to our proper failings can be kind. As one of your own poets says. Edric? Don't you think he's right? I think you are very provoking. That is because I am touching upon a string that happens to be not quite in tune, so no wonder it jars a little. Do you not remember the old proverb? Touch a man whose skin is sound, he will stand, and fear no wound. Touch a man when he is sore, he will start, and bear no more. How can you condescend to repeat such nonsense? Cried Edric, indignantly. It is unworthy the poorest beggar in your dominions. And how can you condescend to be moved at such nonsense, Edric? Replied Roderick, laughing. Come, come. Own the truth, for it is useless to attempt any longer to deny it. Say, candidly, that you are in love with Mademoiselle de Mallet, and I will tease you no longer. In love is too strong a term. I admire, esteem, and respect Mademoiselle de Mallet. I even think her possessed of 1,000 charms and 1,000 virtues, but as to being in love. Well, we will not quarrel about words. I do not think you will ever make a romantic lover. You Englishmen are too reasoning and prudent ever to fall violently in love. Your blood is as cold as your climate. Now we take the thing quite differently. With us love is a devouring flame. A fire that absorbs our whole being, a stream that sweeps everything before it, a madness, a delirium. In short, I don't know what it is. I think not, said Edric, dryly. Pshaw, continued Roderick, if it could be described, it would not be worth feeling. It is all spirit. All soul. If you tie it down to rules, it evaporates. Don't you think so in Greece, Alexis? The page bowed, and shaking his head, pressed his finger upon his lips. "True," returned his master, "I had forgotten, but if you cannot speak, you can write. Take these tablets, I should like to know your opinion." The page took the tablets, and wrote with astonishing rapidity, "Since your majesty condescends to ask my opinion, I think that the love which can stay to reason, or hesitates to sacrifice everything to the beloved object, does not deserve the name." "Bravo, my little hero," cried Roderick, tapping him upon the shoulder, "spoken like a true Greek." An Irishman, however, would have said nearly the same. The boy's slender figure trembled in every nerve at his master's touch, and his cheeks were flushed with unwonted passion, though his eyes remained fixed upon the ground, from which indeed he rarely raised them. Roderick gazed upon him a few minutes in silence, as though he wished to read his inmost soul. Then turning abruptly to Dr. Entwerfen, who had taken no part in the last conversation, he demanded gaily what he was thinking of. "I was thinking, your majesty," said the doctor, gravely, "that it is a long way from hence to Madrid, and that it will be very fatiguing for your men to march so far." "Upon my word, doctor," said Roderick, laughing, "you have really made a most sublime discovery, and I perfectly agree with you in the justice of your conclusions. That being granted," continued the doctor, "if any means could be devised by which your army could be transported to the gates of the city without the trouble of walking there, it would be a good thing." "Certainly," said the king, "the fact does not admit of a dispute." "The only difficulty is to contrive how it is to be done," resumed the doctor, musing. There's the rub," cried Roderick, laughing immoderately. "However, if any one can do it, I'm sure you can, my dear doctor. So rally your energies and consider the best means of commencing operations. I am sure, if you exert yourself, you cannot fail of success." "Your majesty does me honor, and I will endeavor to prove I am not undeserving of the confidence you repose in me," said the little doctor, drawing up himself to his full height, and puffing out his cheeks as he walked on absorbed in meditation. "I have it," cried he, suddenly stopping short. "What does your majesty think of an immense raft?" "Excellent, my dear doctor. I see but 3 objections to making one large enough to convey the whole army. First, that we have no timber to make it of. Secondly, we have no horses to draw it. And thirdly, the roads are not wide enough to admit it." "Balloons would do, but we have them not," resumed the doctor, still profoundly cogitating, with his eyes fixed upon the ground, and his hands in his breeches pockets. "What think you of packing the soldiers up in bombs, and shooting them out of mortars?" asked Roderick. "Your majesty is pleased to jest," observed the doctor, gravely, "but ridicule is not argument." "Certainly not," replied the king, "and you mistake me greatly if you thought I meant to ridicule your plan. I only wished to remark that I feared it would be rather difficult to put it in execution." "That which can be accomplished without difficulty," said the doctor, solemnly, "is scarcely worth the trouble of undertaking, and quite below the consideration of a man of genius. Difficulties to a man of science are but incentives to action." "Most sensibly observed, my dear doctor," cried Roderick. "However, as we have now reached our tent, I must leave you to contrive some plan to bring us back from Madrid, as I am afraid we cannot wait now to put your designs in practice to enable us to get there. We must march with the dawn. Of course you will accompany us." "Certainly," returned the doctor, still musing, then muttering to himself, "I don't much like the plan of shooting off the soldiers, it would take such large mortars and so much gunpowder. However, there is no knowing what might be done. I will think of it." He retired to his tent, though no sleep visited his eyes that night, so completely had the idea of packing up the soldiers in bombs taken possession of his imagination. Roderick's arrangements were soon made, for nature had certainly intended him for a general. His intelligent mind foresaw everything, and provided against every contingency. Brave in the field, and prudent in council, the only fault of Roderick as a soldier was that he sometimes suffered himself to be carried away by his ardor when it would have been wiser to delay. But this very impetuosity had its charms in the eyes of his soldiers, as he never hesitated to expose himself to the same dangers or to undergo the same privations as themselves, and they would all have followed him willingly into the very jaws of destruction. After arranging everything for the morning's march, the Irish hero snatched a few hours of repose. With the dawn, however, the drums beat the reveille, and the Irish army left Andalusia to advance by rapid marches upon Madrid. Chapter 26. Whilst these scenes were taking place in Spain, Elvira was beginning to discover, in England, that it was not quite so delightful to be a queen as she had previously imagined. The contending parties in the state had been roused into action by the late struggle, and party spirit is of all others the most difficult to conquer. Besides this, the choice of Elvira having been rather a matter of feeling than of judgment, men felt dissatisfied at having suffered themselves to be hurried away by their passions, and, as is usual in such cases, they were disposed to vent the ill humor they felt at their own conduct upon everything which chanced to fall in their way. Thus, even the best measures of Elvira's government were warmly criticized, and as she unfortunately altered some of her laws in consequence of these objections, the critics were encouraged to proceed, and fancying her plans to be the result of weakness, when they were in fact only produced by her natural candor and love of justice, the people became more outrageous and troublesome with every concession that was made to them. Elvira's intentions were excellent, but by unfortunately wishing to please everyone, she destroyed their effect. This made her counsels vacillating, and her measures uncertain. Nothing indeed but the strength of mind and commanding genius of Edmund, joined to his complete devotion to her cause, could have prevented the ruin of her government almost in the moment of its formation. From a mistaken motive of generosity, she had retained in her council those lords who had most vehemently opposed her, though, in compliance with the wishes of Edmund, they were shorn of their beams. This was a fatal error. Half measures are always dangerous. The lords in question should have been discarded altogether, or retained in their former seats. As it was, Elvira had made them enemies, and yet left them the power to sting her. The emissaries of Rosabella were also very active, and the ferment of the public mind excessive. The taste the people had just enjoyed of power had only been enough to make them long for more. They had only just begun to relish its sweets, when the dish was snatched away from them, with which, if it had been left them to devour, they would have soon been cloyed. Discontents became general, disturbances arose, which were no sooner quelled in one quarter than they broke out in another, and these petty insurrections, though almost too trivial to mention, were excessively annoying. For trifling inconveniences, like a host of flies buzzing round a nervous man on a sultry day, are often more irritating to the temper than serious grievances, and the noble mind of Edmund was wearied by subduing such paltry enemies. "They want employment," said he one day to the Queen, after reading a dispatch containing an account of one of the most vexatious of these tumults. "You must build bridges and cut canals to amuse them." The active mind of Elvira caught eagerly at the idea, and she vainly fancied her name would be handed down to posterity as one of the greatest of queens, who, though in the bloom of youth and pride of beauty, did not hesitate to sacrifice herself for the good of her people, and to devote that time to their welfare and the improvement of her kingdom, which others of her age and rank wasted in mere amusements. Delighted with the thought, Elvira did not delay a moment before she prepared to put it in practice, and she was found for several days together constantly surrounded by her counsellors, and seated at a table absolutely loaded with papers, which she was busily employed in inspecting and arranging. Plans for the erection of public buildings, for hospitals, bridges, museums, and churches, schemes for new manufactories, hints for new establishments conducive to the public good, and sketches of new discoveries, lay in heaps before her, mixed with addresses of compliments, votes of thanks, complaints of grievances, petitions, secret informations, and in short all that multifarious collection of paper, with which a monarch is sure to be surrounded who is said to be anxious to ameliorate the condition of his people, or who is unhappily reported to possess a genius for improvement. Unfortunate is the man possessed of power, of whom such reports are current. He is directly surrounded by projectors, each presenting a scheme more futile than that of his predecessor, and discontented dependents, each bringing a long list of grievances, half of which are imaginary, but which have been conjured up by the complainants that they may not lose the precious right they enjoy of complaining. Unhappy he whose fate obliges him to decide between the rival claimants. Certain alike to be blamed, if he give or refuse, if he accept, or if he reject. Elvira had not yet found the evils of power, but she now tasted of its sweets, and was enchanted. It seemed to her the most delightful thing in the world to hold in her hands the destinies of thousands of her fellow creatures, and she thought not of the heavy responsibility it entailed, nor how often her path would be followed by curses instead of blessings. Someone has said that every time a sovereign confers a favor, he makes one ungrateful subject and 9 discontented ones, but Elvira and Edmund as yet had not discovered the truth of this maxim. Since their present plan had been suggested, everything with them had been the couleur de rose. I say, them, for Edmund was associated with Elvira in all these gigantic schemes of improvement, and as he had conceived the first idea of them, so it was he only who could carry them into execution. His active mind required something to employ it, and the same strong feelings which had formerly been devoted to love and glory, were now turned into another channel. The energies of Elvira's mind had also been awakened by the struggle for the crown, and the passion awakened in her breast by the youthful stranger, and she now felt that she could not quietly return again to the commonplace stillness of everyday life. The passions, when once roused from their dormant state, must have something to occupy them, or they will prey upon themselves. Thus we generally see great warriors, or statesmen, or in fact any class of men who have passed their lives in activity, wither away when forced to the dullness of an obscure retirement, their minds and bodies decay alike from want of stimulants to call them into action. The improvement of her people supplied this stimulus to the mind of Elvira, but alas! She entered upon it rather with passion than judgment, and had not patience to wait to see her plans gradually carried into effect. No, she could not endure anything slow. With her everything must be done by a coup de main, and as the people and the buildings were so stupid as not to be made perfect by the first attempt, she was continually disappointed and discouraged. In fact, by attempting to do too much, she did nothing. When Elvira ascended the throne, she determined no public act should take place without the approbation of her council, and these noble lords were one day debating upon the propriety of a new road that was proposed to intersect the entire kingdom at right angles, when Lord Gustavus de Montfort rose to oppose it, upon the ground of the injury it would do to private property if carried into effect. Elvira could not endure Lord Gustavus, his cold, prudent, calculating manner, without a single spark of imagination, disgusted her beyond description, and the only good quality he possessed, that of being indefatigable in following up his point, completed her abhorrence. Wit and eloquence were quite thrown away upon him, for he understood neither the one nor the other, and when any new or brilliant scheme crossed Elvira's imagination, and she described it to her council with all the fire of genius and animation, there he sate with his calm, cold unvarying countenance, ready to damp it with a doubt. Lord Maysworth also was her aversion, his narrow mind, which could only take in such trifles as escape the observation of men of genius, his mean and paltry spirit, and his grovelling ambition, were all her detestation, whilst Lord Noodle and Lord Doodle, who, though ciphers in themselves, yet, like their prototypes, prodigiously increased the weight of the figures placed before them, completed the group. Much, however, as Elvira disliked these members of her council, she felt unequal to resist their combined influence, and she was just upon the point of being teased into their opinions contrary to her own judgment, when Lord Edmund entered the room. Indescribable was the effect produced by his presence, for indeed his commanding talents swayed all before them, and Elvira could not help smiling when she saw her councillors of state shake their wise heads, and imagine they were assisting the debate with their wisdom, whilst, in fact, they were mere tools in his powerful hands. It is true they were the agents that produced the intended effect, but his was the master spirit that set them in motion, and taught them where to go. His powerful intellect caught in an instant the comparative merits and disadvantages of the plan now in discussion, and his nod decided its fate. The council, however, though they implicitly obeyed his will, had not the least idea that they were doing so, as he had the address so to form his opinions as to let each person imagine them the suggestions of his own breast. Whilst the principal personages in the cabinet, fancying they were leading, were thus blindly led, the nonentities of course followed in their train, and our old friends the lords of ancient family were perfectly astonished when they heard the magnificent plans and sagacious counsels attributed to them, and sate quite lost in admiration of their own wisdom, whilst their little heads and enormous periwigs kept bobbing with at least threefold their accustomed rapidity. Elvira's accession to the throne had induced both her father and Sir Ambrose to leave the country, the Duke inhabiting his former palace, and Sir Ambrose taking possession of a movable house in one of the streets upon the banks of the Thames. Here the worthy baronet found himself perfectly happy in the society of his niece Clara, whom her parents permitted to keep his house, and that of his old friend the Duke. "I begin to repent that my daughter is a queen," said the Duke to Sir Ambrose, one night after supper, when the whole party were sitting cosily round the fire in Sir Ambrose's library. "I have not half the enjoyments I used to have when I could have more of her society. Now when I see her, it is but for an instant, and she can scarcely stay to ask me how I do, before she flies off to some of her new plans of improvement. The face of the country will be quite changed in a few years, if all the plans of the Queen prosper," said Father Maurice in his usual smooth hypocritical manner. "I hope not," cried Sir Ambrose. "I hope it's no treason, Duke, but I must confess I wish your daughter had never been queen, if she can't leave things as they are." "They are such wild goose schemes too that she takes into her head," said the Duke piteously. "Only imagine, Sir Ambrose, she showed me this morning a plan for making aerial bridges to convey heavy weights from one steeple to another, a machine for stamping shoes and boots at one blow out of a solid piece of leather, a steam engine for milking cows, and an elastic summer house that might be folded up so as to be put into a man's pocket. It is really provoking, and Edward is quite as scheming and visionary. I absolutely think, if we were both to die, they would not feel more than a temporary uneasiness at our loss, their minds are so completely occupied in these gigantic projects." Whilst these two old men were sitting comfortably over the fire, commenting on the glorious days when they were young, and when all went right, or, what was nearly the same thing, when all appeared to them to do so, quite forgetting that age has other eyes than youth, and that the change was in themselves, not the times, Clara was at a splendid party given by Elvira, and Father Maurice soon left the Duke's library to join her. It was a ball, and the splendid court of Claudia seemed yet more brilliant under the reign of her successor. It was the first time Clara had ever been at court, and the effect the gorgeous magnificence of the scene had upon her was powerful in the extreme. She forgot her cares, her sadness, and her love all seemed enchantment, and the old lady, who acted as her chaperone, was quite horrorized at her gaucherie. Brilliant as all was, however, the lovely goddess of the temple far exceeded even the splendor of the shrine, and the beholders gazed upon her with indescribable rapture. Beautiful as the fairy image of a dream, kind, affable, and condescending to all, Elvira glided through the crowd, followed by her suite to the concert room. Here, all that the imagination of man could devise of harmony, enchanted the ears. But harsh was every other sound to that which stole upon the senses when Elvira was induced to forget her rank and mingle her voice with the music. Elvira's singing was perfection, clear as a trumpet with a silver sound, the round full notes now swelled upon the ear in liquid melody, and then died away, soft and sweet, yet distinct even in their faintest strains. Prince Ferdinand was at her side, and his ardent gaze bespoke the intenseness of his admiration. Elvira had not before seen him since the night when her conversation with him had so powerfully excited the jealousy of Edmund, and as she now observed his manner had again attracted Edmund's attention, she blushed yet more deeply than before. Edmund saw her blushes, and, stung almost to madness by the sight, rushed violently out of the room. The night was cold and damp, a drizzling mist fell fast, and that peculiar chill that marks the first approaches of winter hung in the air, but Lord Edmund thought not of the weather, and he strode bareheaded through the palace gardens with hurried steps and the actions of a maniac, whilst the thick gloom that pervaded the sky contrasted fearfully with the brilliantly illuminated apartment he had just quitted. The gloominess of the scene, however, harmonized well with Edmund's feelings. He felt soothed insensibly, and though he still stalked moodily backwards and forwards, he became gradually more calm. Ungrateful woman, thought he, to treat me thus. Does she not owe everything to me? I could bear her coldness, I could resign her to a throne, but the idea of her loving another drives me to distraction. Curses on that fiend. It must be by his infernal arts that Ferdinand has triumphed. The cold, the chaste Elvira could never give her love thus almost unsolicited, and at first sight if it were not the work of magic. By heaven, I would risk my soul for vengeance on that demon. As he spoke, his eyes fell upon a thicket near him, and he fancied he saw the figure of a man, half obscured however by the mist, emerge from its gloomy recesses. He gazed intently, and the figure glided slowly on with cat-like, creeping steps. The mind of Edmund was worked up to frenzy. He almost fancied a demon had appeared obedient to his wish, to receive his pledge, and work his bidding. "Speak," cried he, in a voice that sounded fearfully amidst the surrounding stillness. "Speak. Art thou a demon, or a mortal?" All was silent. The figure glided on, and Lord Edmund, oppressed by supernatural terrors, and shuddering at the sound of his own voice, could bear no more. He darted upon the figure, and grasping it roughly, he exclaimed, "Man or devil, I fear thee not, and thus will I grapple with thee." "Gently, my son," replied the well-known voice of Father Maurice, "in what have I offended you?" "Pardon, Holy Father," returned Edmund, I knew not what I did, my passion blinded me." "And what has caused this passion?" The mind of Edmund is too noble to be lightly moved. "Oh! Talk not of the nobleness of my mind, Father, I feel I am but a poor weak worm. Nobleness belongs to God alone, 'tis blasphemy to apply the term to man. Tell me your grievances. They must, I am sure, be great, or they would not thus affect you. It is my holy office to console affliction. Speak then, my son, for, remember, that though joy is doubled by being partaken, grief is lessened by being shared, and woe robbed of half its bitterness." "I have little to confess, Father. I was weak and foolish, but Elvira." "And are you astonished at a woman's fickleness? Light as the eider down, and unstable as the changing wind, inconstancy is natural to the sex. They crave incessantly for novelty, and as vanity is their only real passion, if that be gratified they ask no more." "And has not Elvira's vanity been gratified even to satiety? Have I not idolized, worshipped her? Was it not my power that made her what she is? And is this my reward? To be scorned, deserted, laughed at, and for what? A stranger, a boy, my prisoner." "Whom do you mean?" asked the friar. "Prince Ferdinand," returned Edmund. "Impossible," cried Father Maurice, starting with well-feigned astonishment. "Elvira cannot, surely, love Prince Ferdinand. And yet, now I recollect, I saw her talking to him, even now, with an appearance of deep interest, when I passed through her splendid chambers." "Damnation!" exclaimed Lord Edmund vehemently, driven to distraction by this speech, for, strange to tell, though we may be certain of the reality of our own sufferings, they always seem to come with double poignancy when we hear them related by another. "Calm yourself, my son," said Father Maurice in his silky tones, eyeing him with about as much compassion as an angler feels for the writhing of a worm upon his hook. "These bursts of passion are unworthy of you." "Oh, Father," cried Edmund, softened almost into tears, "you know not how I loved that woman. Your grave, serious feelings, disciplined by the restraint of a cloister, mortified by your renunciation of all earthly pleasures, can form no idea of the depth and fierceness of mine. Your passions, Father, are dead within you, subdued by holy penitence to calmness, but mine rage with the fury of a volcano, and destroy me. Oh, that my fond attachment, my long-devoted services, my adoration, should be thus rewarded. Yes, my adoration, for I have adored her, father. I worshipped her like a goddess, and though I doted on her charms, and would have endured unheard-of torments to have been blessed with their possession, yet, did I not sacrifice my hopes, did I not relinquish the treasure when just within my grasp, because her happiness was dearer to me than my own? And now to see her lavish her favors on that boy. She smiled upon him, father, and he dared to take her hand and press it to his lips. I saw him kiss it, not with the calm respect of a kneeling subject, but with the fervor, the impassioned ardor of a lover, and then he looked at her, curses on the thought, and she did not reprove, but, casting down her eyes, softly blushed consent. Damnation! I cannot endure it. Passion, my son, entails its own punishment. You see everything with a jaundiced eye. Elvira's nature is gentle and yielding, she feared to hurt his feelings by her harshness. 'Tis but the natural consequence of that very softness you so often have admired. Why should you quarrel with it now? 'Tis still the same that charmed you, save that now it is extended to another, and will be soon, no doubt, to all the world. Elvira has been educated in retirement, and, seeing only yourself and Edric, you thought her conduct was the effect of partiality for you, when it was in fact but her natural manner. She is now upon a larger theatre, and you must expect to see myriads of kneeling victims worship her beauty, and pay homage at her feet. And do you suppose she will be displeased at their attention? No, she is far too gentle, she has no firmness, and the same submission she now pays to you, she will, if you offend her, easily transfer to another. She is not formed to govern, she would obey and be happy, but the weight of government would overwhelm her if she were left alone to sustain it. Shake off, then, these selfish feelings, and be again yourself. You have often said, you only wished her happiness, and if that be the case, even if she should really love Prince Ferdinand, you ought to rejoice to see her in his arms. Sooner would I perish, sooner would I involve all in one universal ruin. But it is impossible, she scarcely knows him. And if it were so, still you would be wrong to blame Elvira for what, in fact, she cannot help. Her yielding softness is the defect of her character. Fool that I was, that very softness caught me, and my fond heart fell captive to its chains. But it was folly, infatuation. I see my error, Rosabella has more character. She can love. Lord Edmund crossed his arms upon his breast and was soon lost in a reverie, which Father Maurice was careful not to interrupt, but which was broken by the approach of Travers, his lordship's aide-de-camp and secretary. "What do you want?" asked Lord Edmund sternly. "I came to seek your lordship. I feared you were unwell, as I missed your lordship from the party." "You missed me," repeated Lord Edmund bitterly. "You missed me. And did no one else discover my absence? Was it so marked that my servant could observe it, and yet no one else?" "Did not the Queen inquire for Lord Edmund?" asked Father Maurice. "I did not hear Her Majesty," replied Travers. "How was she engaged? What was she doing?" demanded Lord Edmund. "She was sitting, talking to Prince Ferdinand, my lord." Lord Edmund gnashed his teeth together, grinding them with fury, and rushed back to the house without speaking, whilst Travers followed at an humble distance. "He has it," cried Father Maurice triumphantly, "he has it, and he is mine forever." Several days elapsed from this period before Elvira again saw Lord Edmund. She was surprised at his absence, as indeed he was so interwoven in her schemes and plans, that nothing went on well without him. "Will your Majesty have the goodness to affix the royal seal to this ordinance?" asked Lord Gustavus one morning. "I don't know," replied Elvira. "I can't tell what to do. I wish Lord Edmund were here." "He may soon be sent for," said Lord Gustavus pompously. "Though, with all due deference to your Majesty's better judgment, it does not appear to me that his presence is exactly requisite." Lord Edmund, however, was summoned, and he came. But oh! How changed since Elvira had seen him last. His face looked pale and thin, his cheeks were sunken, and his eyes hollow and heavy, whilst his deep voice sounded hoarse and unnatural. Passion had passed through his soul, and withered as it went. Elvira's heart smote her as she gazed upon him. "You have been ill, Edmund," said she, in tones of melting softness. "Why was I not informed? Surely you could not think I would willingly neglect you. Could you judge so harshly of me?" The firm breast of Edmund softened as she spoke, and tears swam in his eyes as he struggled to reply with calmness. Yes, tears. The brave, the warlike Edmund, whose strength of mind and firmness had resisted unequalled dangers, now trembled before a woman. "You must have some advice," continued Elvira. "Dr. Coleman, Dr. Hardman, can you not prescribe for your patient?" "His lordship appears feverish," said Dr. Coleman. "No doubt he has rested ill." "Yes, yes," rejoined Dr. Hardman, with a malignant smile. "His lordship's eyes betray his want of rest." "I have been slightly indisposed," said Lord Edmund, rallying his spirits to speak, "but I am better. Is there anything in which my services can be useful to your Majesty?" "Her Majesty wishes you to inspect this bill," replied Lord Gustavus solemnly, "before she gives it her royal assent." Lord Edmund's eye sparkled. "Then she still thinks my opinion of importance," thought he. "Lord Edmund's illness, I hope, is past," said Dr. Hardman maliciously, "for he certainly looks better even since he came into the room." Lord Edmund was better. A sudden revulsion of feeling had taken place within him, and hope was again illumined in his bosom. Passion again rushed through his soul. She shall, be mine, thought he, whilst fire flashed from his eyes. The hated law shall be repealed. Difficulties only increase the value of the prize, and they vanish before a determined spirit. What? Shall I, before whose arm whole nations have fallen vanquished, shrink like a coward from the first trouble that assails me? Oh, no. I will not be so weak. Opposition shall only animate my courage. Treasures would be scarcely worth acceptance if they lay beneath one's feet. A brave man spurns an easy victory. I will exert my powers, and Elvira shall be mine. Father Morris was at the levee, and he watched with anxious eyes the fluctuations in Edmund's expressive countenance. "Perdition sees her beauty," muttered he, "with one look she undoes whole months of labor. But he shall yet be mine, Cheops has sworn he shall, and Rosabella shall be queen. Be the mummy mortal or fiend, he is resistless, he has unbounded power over the human heart, and what he wills must be accomplished." Some weeks elapsed, during which Lord Edmund, restored to his former influence in the government, laboured assiduously to prepare the minds of the people for abolishing the law that prevented the marriage of the Queen. With the greatest care he endeavoured to make Elvira popular. For this purpose he persuaded her to remit those burthens that weighed most heavily upon the people, replacing them by taxes levied in a more indirect way, for the mass of a population seldom grumbles at taxation, unless it see the trifles for which it pays. Men do not regard the giving double the real value of a commodity, a tenth part so much, as paying even a small direct sum for the use of any of the common necessaries of life. By judiciously acting upon this principle, Edmund made himself adored, and whispers even were buzzed about, lamenting that he was not king. This was the point to which Edmund had wished to bring the people, and he pursued his plan by supporting the poor against the rich, and rigorously punishing the magistrates or officers of justice who attempted to oppress the people. The multitude generally hate those entrusted with the execution of the laws, perhaps upon the same principle as the bleeding culprit abhors the sight of the whip that has flogged him, and their natural conceit and presumption were flattered by the attention paid to their complaints, till, by his judicious management, Lord Edmund found that he had obtained the entire devotion of the mob, and could wield them at his pleasure. Time rolled on, and winter had already wrapped its frozen mantle round the world, when one day Father Morris abruptly entered the apartment of Rosabella. "It is all over," cried he, as he threw himself in despair upon a couch. "Edmund has obtained the consent of the people for the Queen to marry, and no doubt in a few weeks he will be the husband of Elvira." "The husband of Elvira," cried Rosabella, her eyes flashing fire, and her cheeks glowing, whilst every fibre quivered with agitation, and her fine features bespoke the tremendous passions of a demon. "Then may everlasting misery attend the fiend that has deceived us, that has led us on step by step to our destruction, and is perhaps even now mocking our despair." "Yes, yes," continued she, as the fiendish laugh of Cheops rang in her ears, and his detested form stood again before her. "I expected this. You come to enjoy your triumph and mock our credulity. But no, this arm is yet powerful enough to revenge my wrongs. It shall annihilate my rival. And thou, wretch, detested hideous wretch, thou too shalt feel its vengeance." "This to your friend," said Cheops with a bitter smile. "Fie! Fie! How blind is human reason when the passions intervene. All is for the best. Have patience, wait a little, and my promises will yet be accomplished." "If Elvira had died," murmured Father Maurice, a dark frown gathering upon his brow. "You would not be now alive," said the mummy. "But fear not, all is as you can wish." "As we can wish," cried Rosabella indignantly. "Yes, as you can wish," returned Cheops firmly. "Edmund has obtained permission for Elvira to marry any natural-born subject of the realm, but she will not wed him, for she loves another, and that other is a foreigner. He will be enraged at her refusal, and jealousy will alienate him from her cause. He will then naturally espouse that of her rival from ambition and revenge. Rosabella will be queen, and the law which prevented the marriage of the sovereign being abolished, Edmund will become her husband if not from love, at least from ambition. O Cheops, 'tis useless to resist, we are thy slaves, do with us as thou wilt." "Say rather you are slaves of your own passions," murmured the mummy, and they parted. It was a clear frosty day in November, when Elvira, scarcely knowing why, wandered into the garden belonging to her splendid palace of Somerset House, and, entering a pavilion, reclined upon a couch placed opposite to a window that commanded a view of the river. The pavilion was decorated with the utmost taste. Its windows, opening to the ground, were shaded with curtains of gossamer net, lined with pink. The walls were beautifully painted, and divided into panels by highly ornamented columns. Books, drawings, and musical instruments were scattered around, whilst tripods, supporting vases filled with the rarest exotic flowers, shed sweet fragrance through the air, and the carpet was so soft and thick that it felt like moss beneath the feet. Even in this temple of luxury, however, its fair possessor was not happy. She sighed as she surveyed the gorgeous refinement around her, and felt forcibly the insufficiency of greatness. Listlessly she turned her eyes upon the figures painted upon the walls. They represented the loves of Mars and Venus. They were exquisitely painted. The artist had given to the life the tender modesty of the goddess, and the ardent passion of her lover. Elvira gazed upon his glowing countenance and sparkling eyes, and then, looking down, sighed yet more heavily than before. She dismissed her attendants, retaining only Emma, and long her eyes were fixed on vacancy, and her mind absorbed in mournful contemplations, when suddenly she was startled by the entrance of a page, and the appearance of Lord Edmund Montague, who followed almost at the moment of the page's repeating his name, his countenance beaming joy, and hope dancing in his eyes. "Oh, Elvira," he cried, "you are now mine, mine forever. The people permit you to marry. The lords in council have signed the law, the people have proclaimed it with acclamations. You are free. You are no longer debarred from the inestimable pleasures of domestic life, you are independent, you may marry any natural-born subject of the realm, and will you now be mine?" "And so relinquish my independence the moment I obtain it," said Elvira, smiling. "Oh, my loved, my adored Elvira, consent to make me happy. Believe me, you shall be free, and still as much a queen as at this moment." "Edmund," said Elvira seriously, "you deserve more than I can give you, for I will not insult you by supposing you would be satisfied with the possession of my crown without my heart, and that it is not in my power to bestow. My dearest Elvira, you but fancy this. I know your feelings are warm, your sensibility acute, and your generosity unbounded, can you then want a heart? Alas, no. But I have discovered I possess one, only in time to know also that I have given it to another. And is that other a youth and a stranger? Asked her lover, gasping for breath. He is, replied Elvira, blushing, and looking down. Then, indeed, I am wretched, cried Lord Edmund, and, striking his clenched hand vehemently against his forehead, he darted out of the room. Elvira gazed after him with a feeling almost amounting to horror. Terrified at the strength of the passions she had awakened, she appeared stupefied, and stood looking like a child who had accidentally cut the string which confined the wheels of some powerful machinery, on hearing its fearful clatter above its head. "Oh, madam, madam," cried Emma, wringing her hands, "what will become of us? Your Majesty has offended Lord Edmund for ever, and for that wretch, who, I am certain, is a fiend incarnate." "Peace, Emma," said Elvira, "you forget my rank. I will not be dictated to." "Pardon me, dear madam, you know I love you, and I know, also, that you presume upon my love. Begone." Emma obeyed, and Elvira was left alone. Dreadfully agitated, and quite unable to compose herself or arrange the chaos of her thoughts, she walked to the windows of the pavilion, and, opening one of them, looked out upon the gardens. It is already said that these delightful grounds were thrown open to the public, but, in consequence of the ease with which they might be enjoyed, a few half-pay officers, attorneys without clients, physicians without patients, clergymen looking out for livings, whist players, disappointed authors, and discarded servants alone strolled through their romantic walks, and paused occasionally to gaze upon the beautiful works of art with which they were decorated. The English were now decidedly the first sculptors in the world. Chemical preparations alone being used to supply light and heat, smoke was unknown, and the atmosphere being no longer thick and cloudy, marble bore exposure to it without material injury. Besides this, perhaps no nation in the world produced more beautiful models of male and female beauty than England, and now that the women had long thrown off those deformers of the human shape yclept stays, their forms developed themselves into perfect symmetry. Elvira, however, thought not of the gardens, nor of the works of art they contained, yet as she stood at the window, though absorbed in her own reflections, her eyes rested upon the exquisite statues before her. The inanimate marble seemed endowed with soul and spirit, whilst the graceful forms it represented seemed to pause only for a moment, and to be ready to start again into life and action after a short repose. In short, they appeared to breathe, and the spectator felt almost surprised, when his eye had turned from them, to find them still in the same attitude when he looked again. The river was frozen, and persons glided along it in glittering traîneaux, or skated gracefully with infinite variety of movement, whilst, every now and then, a steam percussion movable bridge shot across the stream, loaded with goods and passengers, collapsing again the instant its burthen was safely landed on the other side. Pleased with the busy scene around her, Elvira stood and gazed, till half her troubles seemed to vanish, and a pleasing train of thought crept over her mind. "What have I done?" thought she, "and yet I do not repent. No, no. I could not act otherwise. The noble and devoted love of Edmund deserved my warmest gratitude, and I have done right to own the truth to him, painful as it has been to me to do so, rather than torture his generous bosom by exciting hopes I never meant to realize. Yes, I have done right," repeated she aloud, "and I am perfectly satisfied with my conduct." "Then you have reason to be contented," said the deep voice of Cheops, immediately behind her, for few indeed are the mortals that can say so with justice. The solemn tones of the mummy sank like a foreboding of evil upon the heart of Elvira, and she shuddered involuntarily. "You think I have done wrong then," said she. "I did not say that," returned he calmly. "But had I not known the sex, I might perchance have felt surprised that you should avow, unasked for, a secret to Lord Edmund, which you have sedulously endeavoured to keep concealed even from me." "Alas," cried Elvira, "my motives were those of a woman," interrupted Cheops, "are being fated to work mischief. I do not blame you, for you have only acted according to your natural instinct. What do you mean? Asked Elvira, turning pale and trembling, for the words of the mummy created an undefinable dread upon her mind. Listen, said Cheops, and I will tell you. If you had confided your secret to me, it would have produced good, for I should have aided your passions, and I cannot give assistance unless it be required, but by telling it to Lord Edmund you have produced evil, for he mistakes your lover for another, and the consequences may be fatal. Thus, it is clear that you could not have done otherwise than as you have, for when was a woman known to hesitate between good and evil, and not choose the latter? Mistakes my lover for another, exclaimed Elvira. For God's sake, explain yourself. He thinks you meant Prince Ferdinand, said the mummy coldly, and he is now seeking him in order to destroy him. Oh, God, cried Elvira in the bitterest agony, what will become of me? Where is Edmund? Let me fly to implore him to spare the prince. It does not appear to me, said Cheops still more calmly, that your endeavours to preserve him are at all likely to produce the effect you wish, for, as Lord Edmund already believes you love the prince, and as that belief is the reason of his hatred, your showing a violent anxiety for his welfare does not appear to me exactly the mode most calculated to destroy his suspicions. True, cried Elvira, wringing her hands. Alas! What will become of me? Whilst, as she spoke, a piercing cry rang in her ears, and a sudden rush of all the persons in the gardens took place towards one particular spot. Scarcely knowing what she did, Elvira followed the crowd, and shrieked with indescribable terror as she heard the clashing of swords. Pale and trembling, she hurried forward, and arrived just as Prince Ferdinand, uttering a deep groan, fell beneath the sword of Lord Edmund. Elvira screamed, and throwing herself upon the body, endeavoured in vain to revive it, quite forgetting in the excess of her agitation the crowd that surrounded her, and the interpretation that might be put upon her behaviour. One sole idea occupied her mind, and chilled it with horror. It was, that her imprudence had most probably deprived a fellow creature of existence. Lord Edmund in the meantime stood in statue-like insensibility, gazing upon her with feelings of unutterable anguish. Her grief, her violent emotion, seemed to confirm the passion she had avowed, and if she loved, his exertions had only paved the way for the success of his rival. The thought was madness. Lord Edmund gnashed his teeth, his countenance changed, blood gushed in torrents from his side, for he too was wounded, and he leant fainting against a tree. The confusion that now prevailed was indescribable. It was high treason to draw a sword in the precincts of the royal palace, and the guards, who were instantly assembled, took the offenders into custody. They were both incapable of offering any resistance, and they were hurried away to prison amidst the exclamations of the mob. Elvira had fainted, and she was carried back to the palace, whilst the whispered speculations of the crowd, upon the strangeness of the scene, arose in half-stifled murmurs like the distant roar of ocean. The attention of the spectators, however, was soon fixed upon the poor old Duke of Cornwall. He had stood bending forwards, his hands clasped, and his eyes riveted upon his daughter during the whole of her ineffectual attempts to revive the prince. The old man seemed turned to stone. He neither moved, nor spoke, his glassy eyes were set, and his livid lips slightly quivered. At last he uttered a faint groan, and fell senseless into the arms of his attendants in a fit of apoplexy. The spectators thought him dead, and fancied his heart had broken, on discovering this unexpected weakness on the part of his adored daughter. Every one was powerfully affected, and every one seemed bursting to speak, though no one knew exactly what he might venture to say. Lord Gustavus looked stern, Lord Maysworth important, and Dr. Hardman sly, whilst the Lords Noodle and Doodle shook their little heads, till they seemed in imminent danger of becoming separated from their bodies. Rosabella's heart alone swelled with rapture, and her eyes beamed with ill-concealed triumph. The mummy was right, thought she, Elvira must fall, and Edmund will be mine. Chapter 27. The evening of the day on which Prince Ferdinand and Lord Edmund were committed to prison, Sir Ambrose, as he was writing in his study, was startled by a loud scream, and flying to the spot from whence it proceeded, he found Clara lying upon the ground insensible, whilst Abelard was stooping over her, and endeavouring to render her some assistance. "Good God!" cried Sir Ambrose, "what is the matter?" "It is all owing to the carelessness of the domestic assistants at the next door," replied Abelard. "Number 7 is just come back from Brighton, and one of the assistants being occupied in making observations on the sky, instead of minding what he was doing, pushed the house a little on one side as it was slipping into the sockets, and poking their horizontal spout through our library window, they have knocked down this shelf of books, and frightened poor Miss Clara out of her wits." "Stupid idiots," said the baronet, "they might have killed her if the books had fallen upon her." "I beg your pardon, Sir Ambrose," said the culprit, putting his head through the window, "I do not conceive Miss Montague would have been injured even if the books had fallen upon her. The weight of her body, I should apprehend, must be nearly equivalent to that of the books, consequently, the resistance she was capable of opposing, being fully equal to the blow she would have received, the effect must have been neutralized." "Confound your explanations," said Sir Ambrose, whose anger was increased tenfold by this speech. "You've killed my niece, and now you want to drive me distracted. Clara, my dear Clara. Open your eyes, my love, are you hurt?" "Oh, my dear uncle," sighed Clara, "Edmund is in prison, and he certainly will be beheaded." "In prison, child? You must be dreaming." "Indeed I am not, uncle. I heard the men who are placing the adjoining house say so. He has fought with Prince Ferdinand in the palace garden." "My boy, my darling boy," cried Sir Ambrose, and rushed out of the room in despair. "Follow him, for heaven's sake, follow him, Abelard," said Clara. The worthy butler obeyed, wringing his hands, and lifting his eyes up to heaven, whilst Clara remained perfectly motionless, and apparently absorbed in thought. "I will save him," said she after a short pause, "or perish in the attempt." In the bitterest anguish of mind, Sir Ambrose hastened to the palace, but he was refused admittance, as he was informed the Queen was in a high fever. He inquired for his friend the Duke. He too was invisible, his late attack having placed his life in imminent danger. Dr. Coleman was in attendance on the Queen, and the Lords of the Council, though they affected to sympathize with the unfortunate father, evidently, though covertly, rejoiced at the disgrace of their most powerful rival. Repulsed on every side, Sir Ambrose now proceeded to the prison, but here also he was refused admittance, and sadly and slowly he returned home in despair, resting his sole remaining hopes upon the advice and assistance of Father Maurice, upon whose gigantic strength of mind he was accustomed implicitly to rely in all the impotency of age and misery. The prison to which Ferdinand and Lord Edmund had been conveyed was situated in a close disagreeable part of the city of London, called Kensington. It had been formerly a palace, and had been surrounded by a noble park miscalled a garden. The devastating hand of improvement had, however, as usual, waged war against all the sublimer charms of nature, and the majestic beauties of Kensington fell victims to its fury. Narrow, unwholesome streets now rose where spreading oaks had once stretched forth their venerable arms, and verdant lawns had become dirty causeways, whilst ponds were turned to water pipes, and Jacob's well kept clean a common sore. As Ferdinand and Edmund, however, had never seen Kensington in its pristine glories, they could not now regret the change, and it was to them neither more nor less than a place of confinement, a spot very few people show any manifest relish for. Immediately upon their arrival, Prince Ferdinand and Lord Edmund had their wounds dressed by the automaton steam surgeon belonging to the prison, which, being properly arranged and wound up, stanched the blood, spread the plasters, and affixed the bandages with as much skill as though it had done nothing but walk a hospital all its life. As soon as these operations were performed, the prisoners were locked up in separate cells, and left to meditate upon their situations. "Good heavens!" cried Ferdinand, looking round with astonishment at the elegant apartment he was shown into, adorned with a painted velvet carpet, silk curtains, and chairs and tables inlaid with brass and ivory, whilst a sumptuous canopy hung over a bed of down on one side, and divers little cupids supported lights, held back curtains, and performed numerous other useful offices in different corners. Can this be a prison? Neither Paris nor Vienna possess palaces half so splendid. The surprise of Ferdinand was natural, as he was still almost a stranger in England, and did not know that our happy island had been long blessed with a race of people who thought prisons should be made agreeable residences, and had gone on improving them till they had ended in making them temples of luxury. In spite of all the conveniences of his prison, however, Ferdinand was perfectly wretched. He could not imagine what reason Lord Edmund had had for fastening a quarrel upon him, for, as his passion for Elvira, though violent, had been quite as evanescent as that he had formerly entertained for Rosabella, he had not the least idea of having excited Lord Edmund's jealousy. Fatigued at length with forming fruitless conjectures, he threw himself upon his bed of down, and soon lost the remembrance of his cares in a refreshing slumber. In the meantime, Clara was revolving in her mind the best method of putting in practice a wild scheme that she had formed, of visiting Prince Ferdinand in prison. She did not dare confide her plan to anyone, for she feared that anybody she might consult would either laugh at her folly or betray her secret. Besides, to obtain any assistance, she must give some motive for her conduct, and as Clara did not exactly know her own reasons for thus acting, it was quite impossible she could make out a case to satisfy another. To go, however, she was determined, and when the family of her uncle were all retired, she wrapped herself in a large mantle, and with some difficulty contrived to reach the street. The night was cold and dark, a thick mist fell, and Clara seemed chilled to the heart, yet a feeling she could not account for urged her on. Clara was young and romantic, she loved Prince Ferdinand, and she fancied him in danger. How she was to save him she knew not, and yet it was solely the hope of saving him that urged her forward. She had discovered he was confined at Kensington, and thither she bent her steps, but as she passed the palace, she found a crowd of balloons floating around it, laden with persons whose anxiety respecting the Queen had kept them waiting, and induced them to besiege her door personally with their inquiries, whilst the lighted flambeaux, belonging to these aerial vehicles, flashed brightly in the air, and looked like a multitude of dancing stars, as they rapidly crossed and recrossed each other above her head. This little incident completed poor Clara's bewilderment, and, terrified lest she should be seen and recognized, she hurried on without exactly knowing where she was going, till, perplexed by the different appearance the streets seemed to assume in the darkness, and her own fears, she found to her unspeakable dismay that she had lost her road. In the greatest agitation and distress, she now wandered to and fro, whilst her embarrassment was increased every moment by the ill-timed raillery of the passers-by. At last, she became quite surrounded by a group of people, who assailed her with so many questions and jokes, that the poor girl, quite overpowered, stopped short, and burst into tears. "Ark! And what are ye about to be after disturbing a poor young creature like that?" cried the well-known voice of Father Murphy, as the friar's portly figure was seen bustling through the mob. "What are ye after there? Don't ye see the poor thing has lost her way in the darkness, and if ye bother her so, how do ye think she'll ever be able to find it?" Never did any music sound so harmoniously in Clara's ears, as the father's rich deep brogue, and darting forward she threw herself at his feet, and, clasping her arms round his knees, she exclaimed, "Oh! Save me! I am Clara! Clara Montague!" "Clara!" cried Father Murphy, in the utmost astonishment. "Clara! Why, what in the name of heaven brings you out, child, at this hour of the night?" "Oh! Don't ask me, father," returned Clara, gasping for breath, "that is, I will tell you presently. But take me away, for the love of the blessed Virgin, save me from these men." "Come here, my child," said the father, drawing her arm within his own, and walking away with her, "let us lave these people. And now," continued he, when they were already at some distance from the crowd, "you must tell me, child, what brings ye here?" This question, though it was a very natural one for the friar to ask, was beyond Clara's power to answer. In fact, she trembled so dreadfully that she could scarcely stand, and when she attempted to speak, her teeth chattered in her head so violently that she could not articulate a syllable. "Poor thing," muttered the compassionate priest, after waiting a few minutes in vain for an answer, "she'll be better presently." All now was dark, and they walked slowly on some paces without speaking, when 4 bright flashes from a neighboring clock announced the completion of some hour, and the next instant the solemn deep-toned bell distinctly pronounced the word 1, and then all again was silent. "I had no fancy it was so late," said the father, whose disposition was naturally too cheerful to let him ever remain long silent. "Did you think it was 1 o'clock, Clara? I little thought I should ever be wandering with you, dear, in the streets at such a time of night. I can't help fancying it's all a dream, anyhow, so speak, darling, if you can, and tell me all about it." Clara felt still more faint, and only replied by clinging yet more firmly to the friar's arm. Father Murphy was frightened and thought she was going to die. "Oh, mother," cried he, "what will I do? She breathing her last, sweet creature, and nobody by to help her, and I not knowing how to comfort her." The delicate form of Clara seemed every instant to become more heavy, as she still clung almost unconsciously to the friar's arm, and gasped feebly for breath. "Oh! What will I do? What will I do?" repeated the poor father, looking eagerly around for aid. All however was dark, and gloomy, and silent as the grave. Suddenly, however, a bright meteor-like substance appeared at the edge of the horizon, and the friar, to his unspeakable transport, discovered it to be a patent night fire-stage balloon. He hailed it, and in a few moments it was hovering over their heads. The accommodation ladder was let down, and Clara and her companion having ascended to the car, the balloon again rapidly sailed along. "Where are we going?" asked Clara faintly. "Ark," returned the friar, "and that's what I never thought of asking, darling, but heaven be praised that ye are so much better as to be able to bother yourself about it." "We are going to Kensington, miss," said the balloon conductor. "Kensington," repeated Clara, clapping her hands together in transport, "thank God." "It's a very good thing to be thankful anyhow," said the father, "but I own I don't see why you should cry out in such rapture, when you find we are going the wrong road." "Oh! No, no, father," returned Clara, "not the wrong road, for Kensington is the goal of all my wishes." "Poor thing! She is certainly distracted," thought Father Murphy. "The loss of her cousin has deprived her of her senses, but I will let her take her own way, perhaps she'll be better presently." "Where will you like to be set down?" asked the man. "Near the prison," cried Clara eagerly. "Near the prison," repeated Father Murphy, shrugging his shoulders. I was right." Not another word was spoken till the balloon stopped and the passengers were set down. All still was dark, save a lamplight that gleamed from the battlements of the prison, and showed a tall, clumsy-looking figure that marched with heavy, measured steps to and fro before the gates, whilst at a little distance lay a party of soldiers bivouacking. Clara shuddered as she looked at them, and hastily turning away, timidly approached the figure, and begged it to let her into the prison. It continued its march, but as it did not speak, she attempted to pass by it. "No admittance," said the figure, as she touched it, in trying to reach the door. "I implore you," cried Clara, wringing her hands in agony. The figure did not reply, but continued its solemn tramp unmoved, its hollow steps falling heavily upon the ear at regular intervals. Driven to despair, Clara again endeavored to rush past it, but she was again repulsed as the figure reiterated its monotonous "no admittance." Clara threw herself upon her knees before it in agony. "Clara! Clara dear," cried Father Murphy, attempting to raise her, "you are certainly quite beside yourself, don't you see it is an automaton? Nothing can stop it but the proper check string, and that is in that little guard-house, round which you see the soldiers lying." Then they can admit me, cried Clara wildly, they are men, and will surely listen to me. Then before the father could stop her, she flew towards them, and throwing herself at the feet of the commanding officer, implored his pity. The officer was a man of feeling, and, touched with compassion at her evident anguish, had promised to grant her petition ere Father Murphy, who was too fat to move with much agility, could reach them. Thank you, cried Clara, kissing the officer's hand. God bless you. The officer smiled at her warmth. Wait here a little, said he, I will soon return and admit you, if I obtain permission, but state prisoners are ordered to be guarded so closely, that I dare not take any step respecting them, without consulting the governor. So then you'll get in after all, said Father Murphy, who had approached near enough to hear this last speech. Well, what a world this is we live in. Here have been dukes and princes begging for admission unsuccessfully, and yet a little saucy girl, only because she happens to be half distracted, is let in at the very first word. Clara did not reply, but wrapping herself in her cloak, sate down on a large stone near the gates to wait the officer's return. The solemn automaton had been stopped for a moment to allow him to pass, but it had now resumed its slow measured step, and Clara's heart sickened at the sound. The mist cleared away, and the night became fine, though cold, whilst the moon, having struggled through the clouds that rapidly scudded across the sky, shed her pale feeble light upon the scene. Clara shuddered as she looked at the dark heavy building behind her, and, wrapping her cloak tight around her, fixed her eyes anxiously upon the sky, watching the varied shapes assumed by the clouds as they drifted along, and sighing heavily as they passed. Now tell me, dear, said Father Murphy, seating himself beside her, what ye manner to say to your cousin when ye get in to see him. Spake freely, for the devil a word the spalpeens yonder shall hear of what ye re going to say, by reason of their being all fast asleep. My cousin, exclaimed Clara. Who? What? Your cousin Edmund, that ye re come so far to see, resumed the father. My cousin, replied Clara, oh. True. It was my cousin that fought with him, you know. But I don't want to see my cousin. Not want to see your cousin, reiterated Father Murphy, his eyes almost starting from his head in the excess of his astonishment. Why did you come here then? To see Prince Ferdinand, said Clara in a faltering voice, looking down, and blushing. Father Murphy's astonishment was now far too great for words, and he could only look at her in speechless horror as he revolved some plan in his mind for getting her quietly back to her friends. How wild she looks, thought he, she must be put in confinement, there is no saying to what lengths, so strange a delusion may carry her. Whilst the poor father was thus cogitating and repeating to himself divers coaxing forms of words, by the help of which he hoped to persuade her to return, the automaton again stopped, and, the prison door flying open, the officer beckoned Clara to advance. She flew towards him. Clara dear, said Father Murphy, had you not better go home? But Clara heard him not, she was already in the prison, the doors had closed, and the automaton sentinel had again resumed his measured, beaten track. Oh dear, cried the unhappy Father Murphy, what will I do? How will I get her out? Poor Sir Ambrose, he will break his heart. I dare say he knows nothing about it. These kind of fits always come on suddenly. Thus lamenting, the worthy father walked up and down before the prison in a state of pitiable distress, till a bright thought flashed across his mind, and he set off as fast as his trembling limbs could carry him to put it in execution. In the meantime Clara had followed the officer into the prison, and her heart beat faster as she advanced, for her undertaking now appeared to her in a new light, and she trembled as she thought of the interpretation the prince might put upon her boldness. It was, however, too late to repent, she had not even time for hesitation. The officer is already at the door, the bolts are withdrawn, and Clara finds herself in the presence of Ferdinand. Confused and horror-struck at what she had done, she, however, scarcely knew where she was, everything seemed to swim before her eyes, and, gasping for breath, she caught firm hold of the doorway for support. For some moments, Ferdinand was not aware of her presence, as he sat gloomily resting his head upon his hand, his elbow supported by a table, upon which lay a variety of papers, whilst Hans, a favourite servant, who had followed him from Germany, stood beside him. Awed by his abstraction, and abashed by the presumption she had been guilty of, in intruding, unsolicited, upon his presence, Clara still stood irresolute, fearing alike to advance or to recede, till the officer, impatient at her delay, cried, in a loud voice, "Walk in, if you please, that I may relock the door. I shall return to let you out in an hour." The sound of the officer's voice caught the attention of Ferdinand, and he looked towards the doorway, from the shade of which the trembling Clara was now forced to advance. "Miss Montague," cried Prince Ferdinand, who had seen her at one of Elvira's parties, and had thought her so pretty as to inquire her name, "this is an unhoped-for pleasure. I did not expect this." I came, stammered Clara, and here she stopped short, for upon recollection she really could not tell why she did come. "I am delighted to see you," said the prince, smiling, and taking her hand, "whatever may be the cause that has procured me this honor." I had rather sit down," stammered Clara, without having the least idea what she was talking about. "Well then, we will sit down," said Ferdinand, and, gently placing her upon a chair, he drew one to her side, and again took her hand. His touch thrilled through Clara's whole frame. She felt his ardent gaze upon her face, and dreadfully agitated, fearing she knew not what, she turned away from him, and tried to withdraw her hand. I believe I must go," said she. "So soon?" cried Ferdinand, again smiling, for it was impossible to mistake the cause of her confusion. "I thought the gaoler said he should not come again for you in less than an hour." "Did he?" repeated Clara, quite unconscious of what she said, and without daring to look at him. "My dear Miss Montague, will you not bestow one look upon me?" cried Ferdinand, in his most insinuating tone, sinking upon one knee before her, and gently encircling her slender waist with his arm, as he turned her towards him. Clara could not resist his imploring eyes, her heart beat, she blushed, she trembled, she looked upon the ground, when suddenly Ferdinand uttered a faint cry, and started upon his feet. Clara gazed at him with wonder, for that countenance, so lately beaming with love and tenderness, now seemed aghast with horror. She followed the direction of his eyes, and beheld in the doorway the giant form of Cheops, whilst the mummy's appalling laugh resounded in his ears. Involuntarily Clara shuddered, and hid her face in her hands. "By the silver bow of Isis," cried Cheops tauntingly, "I admire your charity, Miss Montague. Why do you hide your face? But so it is, true merit is always bashful, and the beneficent spirit that prompted Clara Montague to visit the distressed, and even prefer a stranger to her own cousin, makes her blush to avow her goodness." "Mercy! Mercy!" cried Clara, falling at his feet. "You know my heart, and I implore your assistance." "And you shall have it," returned Cheops. "As for you," continued he, addressing the prince, "what is your wish? Deliver me from this prison, and make Clara mine, and I will be your slave." "It is well," said the mummy. "Clara, you must retire with me, this is no place for you. As for you, Prince, Lord Maysworth and Father Murphy will be admitted to your presence in the course of a few hours, to consult with you respecting your defense. Follow their advice, and fear nothing. Rely upon me, and you shall be safe. Come, Clara. You must return to the house of your uncle. He is prepared to receive you, and will forgive your absence, as Father Murphy will, ere we reach him, have fully explained its cause, and Sir Ambrose will overlook your folly, in consideration of your youth. Adieu, Prince. We shall meet again." The mummy and Clara now withdrew, leaving the prince's mind much relieved, as his confidence in his new friend was unbounded, whilst the discovery he had made of the devoted love of Clara soothed his troubled spirit and robbed his confinement of half its bitterness.